They buy you running rock. Okay. Good evening. I am going to reconvene this regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting for Washington Unified School District, March 27th, 2025. And before we begin, I'm going to read our land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the land currently occupied by Washington Unified School District as the traditional home of the Patwin people. These sovereign people have been caretakers in the area since time immemorial. Despite centuries of genocide and occupation, the Patwin people continue as vibrant and resilient federally recognized and unrecognized tribes, bands, and rancherias. Today, we honor and recognize our Patwin tribal neighbors for their contributions as the caretakers of the Sacramento Valley and honor their sustained existence. With their blessing and continued guidance, Washington Unified School District seeks to provide an accessible, equitable, and supportive institution of learning and experience. And for our Pledge of Allegiance, can our MESA students please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Can you stand and lead us in the pledge, please? All of you. Okay, thank you so much. We have our roll call. President Coffey, Vice President Coffey.
Present.
Clerk Castro.
Present.
Trustee Wong.
Here.
Trustee Hunt. Here. And I too am present. Our actions taken in closed session. We have Government Code 54956.8 property. We have 750 River Point Drive and 2101 Stone Boulevard, negotiating parties, Washington Unified School District and CBRE under negotiation. Instructions to negotiators regarding the lease option to house the district office staff. Information was received. Item number 2, Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Discipline, Dismissal, and Release. We will be going back into closed session after this meeting for that. And item 3, Government Code Section 54957.6, Conference with Labor Negotiators, WSTA, CSEA, and Management. We will be going back into closed session after the meeting. Okay, that takes us to approval of the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda? Okay, I get a motion?
I move. I'll second.
Okay, moved by Vice President Coffey, seconded by Clerk Castro. All in favor?
Aye.
I too vote aye. And now we have our first communications. Recognition of the Washington Unified School District, MESA, student participation at the prelim MESA Day event, and that is with Mr. Marin, our 6th, 8th MESA advisor with Elkhorn Village Elementary. Welcome. Oh, there you are. Welcome.
All right, good evening. So I'm just going to share this, which was what I shared with the board. And so on Saturday, March 1st, 31 MESA students from River City, Southport, and Elkhorn Village participated in the 2025 preliminary MESA Day competition at Sacramento State. All students completed an engineering lab notebook or a science journal and a physical project. The projects included cargo gliders, which were based on aeronautical engineering, Moonbase, which were based on civil engineering, MESA machine, which was also based on civil engineering, and a science investigation, which is based on biology. Students and their projects competed against other MESA schools from the greater Sacramento area. The following students placed in their categories: Elizabeth Salazar, Jasmine Moreau, and Cedric Moreau, River City High School, first place, Innovation Engineering ribbon, and second place medal, and that was for their MESA machine project in the 11th and 8th and 12th grade division. Melanie Loredo and Aurora Archuleta, Elkhorn Village, third place medal. That was for their Moonbase project in the 7th and 8th grade division. Valeria Doñate, Angelina Anderson, and Jalexa Ponce, Elkhorn Village Elementary School, first place medal for the Moonbase in the 7th and 8th grade division. Erwin Turner, Elkhorn Village Elementary School, first place medal for science investigation in the 6th grade division. First and second place teams advanced to the 2025 Regional Northern California Mesa Day competition at Contra Costa Community College in San Pablo on Saturday, April 12th. The students will represent our school district and the Mesa Center against students from other Northern California Mesa Centers, including San Jose, East Bay, San Francisco, Fresno, Santa Cruz, Stockton, and Ukiah. We want to congratulate all our Mesa students and their families for their dedication and commitment to science, technology, engineering, and math. The Mesa advisors in Washington Unified are Mr. Jeremy Heverlin Martinez at River City High School, Mrs. Tessa Heverlin Martinez and Charlene Ritchie at Southport, Mrs. Carmen Wright, and myself at Elkhorn Village with the help of a community volunteer, Dr. Delia Bethel. And we want to thank the school board and Ed Services for your continued support and recognition of Mesa, which has been in Washington Unified since 2010. Excuse me. Thank you.
Thank you.
So what we have is we have students that we've invited, Elkhorn, River City, and Southport students. Some of those students and their families could not be here this evening, but we have students that also brought their projects to showcase, to share with you. So if you'd like to see their projects, I'm not sure if you'd like to take a picture or ask them questions about their project, you're more than welcome to, but they are here. So Mesa students, can you
We
please
would
stand
love
up?
to take a picture with you. And so to clarify, they're on the side, so if we came down for a picture, we could make our way maybe over there and see what they are.
Sure.
Our way over, is what you're
Yeah,
saying?
we can take the picture
Okay.
over there or wherever you'd like. Yeah.
Okay, are there any comments by the board before we go down? Clerk
I'll
Castro?
comment. I'm just happy that we're able to acknowledge all of the students and their hard work and the volunteers and the teachers, because I attended last year the competition. It's an all-day thing, and it's like, I mean, if you think about engineering, because that I'm in heavy civil construction, it's infrastructure, and not just being an engineer, but doing admin work or project management. It all ties into Mesa in a lot of different ways. So I'm just grateful and thankful to be able to acknowledge them.
Thank you.
Okay, we're excited to come down and to shake your hands and to take a picture with you as well. So, great. Yeah.
Come on in.
He got it. We got it.
Okay. All right, thank you again for being here, giving your evening, and letting us see some of your projects and representing us so well across the region. Thank you. All right, that takes us to item number 2. We have our recognition of River City High School girls wrestling team for the first place finish in the Monticello Empire League. And we are welcoming up the principal, Craig Jorgensen. Welcome.
I won't raise it up for you. All right. Good evening, President Kirby Gonzalez, Vice President Coffee, trustees. Surrounded by a group of remarkable young athletes here for their accomplishments. So I'm going to pass it over to Coach Don. It's an honor to introduce our league champion women's wrestling team, 6-0 in league, and not only won the league tournament, but won it by 20 points over the second place team.
Yeah, I think Craig, I'll scoot this down now. As he said, he wouldn't lower it for me when he walked away. Thank you so much for hosting these ladies. They deserve everything that they're getting right now and all this recognition. They train hard every day, and you know, since November, and they went 6-0 undefeated. We had a couple of other outside league matches, and we won those too. I couldn't be more proud of who I have here. This women's wrestling has grown. It is the #1 emerging sport in high school sports right now. So to see our numbers grow the last few years from 3 to 4 to 8 to 10 to 18 this year, it can't happen without the support that you guys have been providing for the last few years for us. So really appreciate it. Next year, we're looking at growing into 25 or more and defend that title, right? Absolutely.
Okay, Vice President Coffey.
I can't say how amazingly proud I am of the work that you ladies do. I see you. You probably don't see me. I'm in the back, and I know your coach, and I know how dedicated your coach is to making sure you all have gotten the opportunity to go out there and to be successful. And even when you're wrestling on the mat, this isn't just a sport that you are in at this moment. These are life lessons, right? You're on the mat of life. It's going to be a struggle, but you know what you need to do to overcome those obstacles. And I know your coach right here is teaching you guys those things. So I want to thank him, and I want to thank you ladies for sticking with it. And good luck to you in your future.
Trustee Wong. Oh, sorry, I thought you were. She's also managing, I should have let you all know that Dr. Hildreth is here with us this evening, but she's here virtually. And so Trustee Wong is managing that too. And I thought she'd raise her hand. I apologize.
Oh, wait. Dr. H, did you want to say something?
Just saying congratulations to the team, and we're so proud of everything you all have accomplished, and looking forward to more pennants for Washington Unified.
Yeah. And you have really grown this program. I know when this started, and as you spoke to, there was no students and a few students. You got more and more as you've gone now to 18 students and hopefully 25 next year. But it really is a testament to the work that you and the team have done to really grow this program and to see where it has gotten in a short amount of time. And so we look forward to supporting you all as you continue to expand your program. I know that there's maybe some needs that you have to do that. Do you want to speak to any of that so that we know how we can help support this team and these girls to have everything they need?
Well, I know there's some needs for some assistant coaching staff that
Okay.
everyone talked about. I talked with the district and with the staff about it, so they're working and trying to do their best to help that. So definitely, it gets hard with having just one coach at events, and having more coaches only helps them become better athletes and gives them more opportunities. So look forward to all the support you can give in. And the middle school program that you guys helped start this year, that was remarkable. Yeah, your investment in the 2 new mats resulted in 40 kids signing up on day 1. And so look forward to how that grows in the next year and adds competition and a full season. And then going forward, that will continue to feed more athletes into the high school and more success. So thank you guys for everything. We really appreciate it.
And we know you've been making the rounds because you've been now at the county, right? You've been with the city council. And so now it is our turn to come down and get a picture with you all. And we are honored to do so. So thank you for giving your evening to be here. And we're coming down there.
Thank you.
All right, all eyes on me. There you go. All right, on 3. 1. No.
All right. And we have another celebration. So excited for this one too. We have our recognition of the River City High School production team. And again, we're welcoming back up our principal of River City High School. That is Principal Jorgensen.
I'll raise it a little bit this time. That's all right. All right. Good evening again, President Kirby Gonzalez, Vice President Coffey, trustees, and virtual Dr. Hildreth. River City High School Productions is a thriving in all things arts, media, and entertainment. This year, over 125 students are creating films, theater, podcasts, and music. Thespians Trope 8,918 has already logged over 8,000 extracurricular hours and is on track to match our top last year's record-breaking 12,500 work experience hours. Tonight, our producers are here to share the amazing work they have been up to. So it's my pleasure of introducing the River City High School Productions and their teacher, Mr. Hanks.
Wait, move it down.
There's a little button right there and you can push it down.
I didn't push it down hard enough. I'm short. Good evening. I'm Mary Hafner. I'm a senior and the executive producer of Thespian Troupe 8918. I'm excited to share how RCHS Productions brings the arts to life. March is our Theater in Our Schools month, and we are joining thousands nationwide to raise awareness of the impact of theater education. We believe that theater teaches vital 21st century skills like teamwork, communication, and creativity. According to the National Endowment for the Arts, quote, high school students who earn multiple art credits are 5 times more likely to graduate than students with low involvement in the arts, end quote. As the career technical student organization for the arts, media, and entertainment pathway, Thespian Troupe 8918 provides leadership opportunities and hands-on work-based learning nearly every day after school. To become a thespian, pledges must log 100 hours of troupe activities, and this year alone, we've already exceeded 8,300 hours of stage and screen work. To sharpen our leadership, we kicked off the year with a retreat at Sly Park and a regional leadership conference, preparing us to lead projects and help facilitate River CTE's upcoming Youth Professionals Week.
Hi, I'm Melissa, a co-producer of Music Collaborative and a current junior. Check out this 2019 study. Arts integration leads to deeper learning, including making connections between new learning and previously learned concepts, stronger analytical skills, and enhanced ability to synthesize information onto global conceptual thinking. One of my goals is to bring music into the lives of our participants. Through Music Collaborative, we've built vocal skills, showcased at Linnea, Motherlode, and 3 annual music performances. For the first time this year, me and Penelope, my co-producer who could not unfortunately make it tonight, produced Senior Spotlight, an intimate showcase where seniors shared their unique talents and celebrated their creative journeys. It was a hit, and we can't wait to grow it in the future more.
You can.
I'm tall, I'm sorry. Okay. Good evening, I'm Jude. As one of the seniors who performed in the Spotlight, I can say it was really meaningful. As the art collective producer, I am passionate about how art connects our community, so I can easily agree with this statement. Arts education helps to increase students' ability to manage behavior, make decisions, and cultivate a positive concept of the self. Through school-wide art challenges, the annual Halloween costume parade, and our involvement in West Sacramento's Trunk or Treat, we bring creativity to life. This year, we collaborated with River City's Gender Health Club to support their annual drag show, helping with sets, props, costumes, while promoting the belief that art is for everyone when created by everyone.
I'm not as tall. Hello, I'm Ghost, a junior. What? Okay. Hello, I'm Ghost, a junior performer, musician, and this year's Raider Studio Films producer. I know this 2013 fact to still hold true. An arts education has always been shown to raise students' ability to critique themselves, their willingness to experiment, their ability to reflect, and also learn from mistakes. Our media team is always working. From our Under the Bus improv show to Beyond the Studio Doors, we're constantly creating new content for our YouTube and Instagram. Like and subscribe. And stay tuned. Alex, the podcast team, are gearing up to drop the next season of our magical realism serial. The gem of Raider Studios is, of course, our annual film festival. This year, in its 8th installment, we premiered 5 new Counterparts short films, screening 2.5 hours of movie magic. At the red carpet event, I got to honor our awesome filmmakers with 59 various awards for their funny, evocative, and heartfelt work.
Oh. Okay. It's fine. Good evening, I'm Ariel Rada. As the winner of Best Director and Best Film at this year's film festival, I know firsthand how impactful our work is. So, this mind, brain, and education finding is no surprise. High school students engaged in actor training develop a higher level of empathy, heightened understanding of what others are thinking and feeling, and are better able to control their own positive and negative emotions. I serve as co-producer for Studio Theater. This year, I was proud to play Anna in our smash hit Frozen Jr. With a double cast, 50-plus students, and a 14-run show for over 750 patrons, it was a magical, icy marathon. When you get a moment, please thumb through the program from Frozen Junior and note specifically the last page of special thanks. Our work cannot be accomplished without the very long list of dedicated classified and certificated staff across Washington Unified. Shortly after Frozen Junior, we took our competitive entries to the Linnea High School Theater Festival alongside 75 regional schools. Our work surpassed expectations. We earned 10 new awards. Congratulations must be extended to our Gold Award winners, Jude and B in costume designs, Joey and Ghost in original one-act scripts, and Penelope for their musical theater solo. Earning a silver for their musical theater solo was Mary, and bringing home bronze was, if I can turn the page, Alyssa for their musical theater solo, Mary and Yvain for their duo scene, and also Yvain for their student direction of a one-act.
Hello. Oh, okay. Good height. Hi, I'm Yvain, senior and co-producer for Studio Theater. I had the incredible opportunity to direct our one-act Rue, which we brought to Linnea and earned a bronze award for. We're excited to revisit and refine Rue for an additional performance at the Motherlode Drama Festival in April. I learned so much taking on the work experience role of directing, so I can 100% attest to these sentiments. Only 15% of job success comes from technical skills and knowledge. The other 85% comes from well-developed soft skills, things like the ability to listen, artistic sense, nonverbal communication, enthusiasm, and storytelling. Isn't this the focus of our work in theater? This spring, I'm excited to be supporting Ariel as they direct our Storybook Theater tour. We'll be performing at 5 WUSD elementary schools, and along the way, we'll get to tour Broadway Sacramento's professional production center at Music Circus. It's basically the Willy Wonka's chocolate factory for theater nerds. And the fun doesn't stop. Auditions just wrapped for Elsewhere, our thrilling spring play, running May 16th to 24th. It follows a group of teens who enter an abandoned house where their dreams come to life, but so do their nightmares. Will they escape? You'll have to come see for yourself.
Hello, I'm Alex, junior musician, actor, and producer in a podcast. My future goals, alongside those of my fellow producers and troupe mates, include forging paths in creative careers. Dr. Kimberly Brown urges we must not fail to create career pathways for students of the arts, career pathways that provide even more reason to stay in school for students confidently moving towards a bright future. Through River CTE's grants and our dedicated program director, Mr. Hanks, we get incredible work-based learning opportunities. This year, 130 students have attended professional productions like Hamilton, Kimberly Kimbo, and What the Constitution Means to Me. Plus, we've had over 15 guest speakers, including a vocal workshop with Hamilton's conductor and a Q&A with one of its dancers. Talk about inspiring.
From the Journal of Civil Society, we learned that, quote, audience-based participation in the arts and personal participation in the creation of the arts are both linked to higher levels of civic engagement and social tolerance, end quote. And do we have audience engagement? We ran the numbers, and this year alone, West Sacramento and regional donors have supported our work to the tune of over $7,000 worth of cash and in-kind donations. This, along with projected final box office revenue of $8,000, it is apparent that the arts continue to be vital and well supported in our community. Most notably, and a major milestone, this year has cumulative community support for RCHS Productions, topping $100,000 since 2016. On behalf of all of Troop 8918's present and past thespians, we want to use tonight's platform to publicly thank all the donors who help make RCHS Productions possible. As we approach our annual Thespians induction ceremony, the numbers speak for themselves. This year, we'll induct 20 new lifetime members and award 130 star rank advancements, totaling over 12,000 hours of extracurricular troop work this year alone. Since our charter in 2019, Troop 8918 will have accumulated an estimated 45,000 hours of hands-on project-based learning. And there's even more to celebrate. Next year marks RCHS Productions' 10-year anniversary. We have an exciting lineup of productions and special events planned to honor a decade of creativity and community.
Hi, I'm Mr. Hanks. Thank you, Mary, and all of our incredible thespian producers. So I feel like I ask you this every year. Does this feel like a lot? Because it does to all of us, but it's a labor of love. Congratulations, thespians. Also, a heartfelt thanks to the board, Superintendent Hildreth, and the cabinet for your unwavering support of the arts. Your dedication makes all of this possible. We hope you enjoyed this glimpse into RCHS Productions, and we're proud to show you how the arts fosters creativity, leadership, and community. Thank you for listening, and we cannot wait to see you at the theater.
Okay, yes.
Is there a list of production nights, or where can I find like what you guys are doing next?
RCHSproductions.org
Okay.
has a plethora of information. Yeah, and that's
do
a
we
great
get in
place
free?
to start.
The board. I'm just kidding. No, that was a joke, but I really did want to see like a schedule so I can
Yes.
try to catch something.
Yes, all the answers are yes. Yeah.
Do any of you help at Camp Yampa?
Oh, yes, raise your hand.
Oh, yay. Okay. This is going to be our first year joining, I think, so we're really excited. I'll have my incoming 6th grader join you guys this summer.
Excellent. Great news.
I just want to thank Chris Hanks for everything you've done since you've been here to pour into the kids, you know, that you bring joy and imagination when things are tough in the world. So thank you for bringing hope and light and joy.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I was just going to say, I've seen some of you guys in different aspects when you were all really little in different areas of West Sacramento. So to see you on the stage and production and doing something that you clearly love, it's obvious. Just keep doing that. Keep following your passion. As you become an adult, you start to get adult-like mindset. Don't lose this creativity. Do not lose this passion that you guys have. I'm watching my kids and I'm like, man, I want to do that again. Because you become adult and you're like, you don't want to adult anymore. So keep being a kid as long as you can and keep doing what you guys do, okay? It's going to be worth it, I promise you.
And keep your confidence high. One thing I noticed, each of you stepped up to the podium and were so confident in speaking, and you can tell how much, you know, you love the spotlight. So I loved seeing that. Never let that go.
For my daughters on Camp Yampa, and you are all, you know, superstars, really. To the younger students who see you, it's so special to have this element of connecting our middle school students with the high school. And then when we come to a high school production and they see you all, the conversations in the car are always really special because they're like, oh, I saw so-and-so. And it just is really, I appreciate all that you do, and then also the way that you make those connections with the people who are coming up too. And Trustee Hunt and I toured River City recently, and we were able to go in and visit your production studio. I'd been in the theater, but never there, and so it was really special to get to see that. And it is true when you spoke about the piece of creating more empathetic and the inclusion and all the facts that you gave, it really, you can feel that when you step into your spaces that you are creating something very special. So thank you for all you do, and we're going to come and take a picture with you all too.
Thank you so much. Okay, get there. You're in the back.
how lucky our world is to get these kids going off into, they're seniors, many of them going off into the world, and I'm excited to see what they do. And for all of those presentations, they really speak to how incredible the students are in this district, and the staff are who give so much of their time, our coaches, our teachers, our classified staff, who give their time to make these programs happen. And then, of course, the families who do all the work to drive their kids there and to support them as well. All right, and now that takes us to our association report. We have our student board member report, and that is with our student board member, Jimenez from Washington Middle College High School. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Beforehand, I do want to apologize to the board for being late, but I'm here now.
Happy you're here.
So, starting off our student board member report, we have Bridgeway Island. Bridgeway Island had a special English Learners Advisory Committee meeting focused on the English language proficiency assessments for California LPAC tests. Parents were given their child's previous scores and had an opportunity to visit the middle school English language development classroom. Parents heard from the teacher and students about their progress and goals for the year. Moving forward, we have Riverbank. The Otter Den is our place for students to work on social skills and gather in a safe space, comfortable space, mindfulness groups, social skill groups, and restorative justice and counseling. At Elkhorn Village, their 6th graders students had a great time going to the slide park for 1 week. Their Avid hosted a family movie night. 4 mathematics, engineering, science achievement students from Elkhorn will compete in the Northern California Regionals. At Southport, the first middle school lunch with loved ones was a huge success. Families were able to bring lunch and hang out with their middle schoolers during lunch on Thursday, March 20th. Thank you to all the families who attended. Sacramento Zoo Mobile visited Southport to provide science and animal education to 1st and 2nd graders. The annual kindergarten picnic with me was held on Friday, March 21st. Families' glow dance, put on by their amazing PTO, was a huge success. Miss Hin's 4th grade class put on a gold bust or dust play as a part of their ongoing learning around California history. At Stonegate School, Dance-a-thon was a great success and all students were able to participate and have a great time. At Westmore Oaks, the entire middle school teacher team participated in a full-day Keegan Collaborative Structures training last Thursday. The team is working to build new methods for increasing students' engagement and language production opportunities in the classroom. At Westfield Village, leadership students were able to attend a wonderful performance at the Mondavie Center in Davis. We also had a special visit from Sacramento Taiko Dan, a local, I don't know if I'm saying that right, but Taiko drumming group. At the Washington Unified Virtual Academy, their WUVA students went on their first field trip last week. They are looking forward to 2 more this year: SMUD Museum of Science and Curiosity and B Street Theater. Their most recent in-person day was on Friday, March 14th. Students had a great time with their peers and competing districts' formative math assessments. At the Washington Adult School, several students are actively planning to enroll at Sacramento City College for fall 2025, demonstrating strong post-secondary goals and motivation. One student has already begun college coursework at Sac City, taking grammar, pronunciation, and writing classes while simultaneously working toward their GAD and attending English classes at Washington Adult School. At Yolo High School, they're celebrating the win. Yolo High School students earned a well-deserved pizza party after showing up and showing out during last week's March Madness attendance basketball tournament. Their energy and presence made the event a huge success. Showing what they're about, from cheering on their classmates to playing with heart, students brought the respect and positivity that define YOLO's culture. It wasn't just about games, it was about uplifting each other. Making school fun again. Events like this show how participation and fun and meaningful. Students stepped up, got involved, and reminded everyone what makes our school community special. At River City High School, they had coffee with the parents. Coffee with the principal was renamed to Coffee with the Parents, to better reflect their commitment to family partnership. This new name shifts the focus from a single administrator to the true purpose of these meetings, engaging with and listening to our families. The school departments are invited to reach out with updates, initiatives, or important information to share with our parent community. 8 sessions scheduled for 2024 to 2025 school year. Student and community tree planting with Cool Schools Texas Tree Davis. 48 trees were planted at RCHS with the support of students, staff, RCHS families, and school community members. Over 90 participants. Many more trees to be planted during fall 2025. At the Washington Middle College High School, Washington Middle College High School is celebrating all of our seniors. Every student got into their UC or CSU of choice, each receiving 3 to 5 acceptance letters and financial scholarships to attend. They are celebrating all of their students for showing Panther pride every day. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. And as always, we invite you to stay and to comment throughout the meeting. And before I call up our next guest, I do want to share that we have a large number of public comments. We want to make sure that we hear from all of you. So they'll likely be limited to 2 minutes. So I just want to give you a moment. So if you have comments that you can just kind of think over that they'll likely be 2 minutes. Okay, welcome. Our CSEA report is President Gandara. Welcome.
Before I start, I know you guys all have this in your computer files, whatever. It's the multi-year projection that's going to be presented tonight. While I'm speaking, I'll be later on in my presentation if you guys want to pull it up, because I'm going to talk directly off that. So good evening, Board President Kirby Gonzalez, Superintendent Hildreth, trustees and cabinet. I'm going to talk about negotiations this evening. First, I do want to thank my team and the district's team. It's good collaboration. There's nothing bad there to say. Tonight, I want to speak on, I'm not going to get into details, but I want to speak on our offer. It's been fair and it's been just. And I first want to say, before I get into the details of the numbers, that my members are the backbone of the school system. That, quite frankly, it's not able to operate without us. Although we are looked sometimes as not the most educated in the school system, we do serve a vital role. We provide transportation to students to and from school, sporting events, field trips. We just seen a bunch of field trips. We feed students a breakfast and a lunch. For some students, this is the only meals that they get throughout the day. So I know it's something we take for granted, but it's important for a lot of students. We also provide student support that often goes overlooked with our youth outreach specialists and our home liaisons. These members play a vital role of meeting with parents and students who may need social and emotional support. I also know a few outreach specialists who go above and beyond to provide additional supports for their school sites, like meal bags and things of that nature. I want to talk about our yard staff. Our yard staff are tasked with keeping our students safe. From the second a parent drops them off to the time they go home or get picked up. They keep them safe at the sporting events, at football games. I believe now also at softball and soccer and baseball and all that as well. I also want to talk about the paraeducators. Although they're not the certificated member in the classroom, they do also serve a role in educating our students and work hand in hand with the teacher in the classroom. So they also do play a very important role. I want to talk about our maintenance and operations staff. They do everything from making sure there's heat and air, the toilets flush, the grounds, are kept clean and provide a comfortable learning environment for students, teachers, and all staff. We also can't forget the school site secretaries. Where would we be if we tried to call and no one was there? And quite frankly, they're the ones on the front line if something were to happen at a school. They are the first person. I also want to talk about our district office staff. Sometimes they get overlooked. But we have a fiscal department that makes sure everybody gets a check, from a superintendent to the 2-hour crossing guard. You know, there's also HR staff who take care of, you know, medical benefits or benefits and leaves and things of that nature. So that's the important role my classified members play, you know, and I know this district has assistant soups, directors, coordinators, but quite frankly, we're the backbone in who do the work. We are the backbone of this district. With that being said, I'm going to talk about, you know, there's a common statement that's always brought up every year during negotiations, board presentations, that the percentage of salaries that take up the budget, I believe it's stated is somewhere around 80%, if not a little more, a little less, which is average in California. And let me add some clarification to this. We are in the business of people, and our product is students. So that comment that states how much salaries consume of the budget is not an argument to reject salary increase. 80% of the budget for salaries is where it should be. We are not buying raw materials to make product. We don't have expense except for some people and some overhead, like where people work. So this misconception that we are cutting into some imaginary profit margin isn't a valid argument. We should be allocating any available funds on salaries except for what the board allocates as a mandatory 6% in reserves. So when I give you these numbers, I want you all to keep in mind I just said about my members and the fact that they are worth your investment for the sake of producing successful students. So now let's get into the numbers. I know there's a presentation later this evening about the second interim budget. I'm going to talk about 2 line items. 2. When I discuss these line items, I want to keep in mind $1,418,030.16. The first line item is transferred out. You'll see that it's $16,250,000. For better reference, Special Reserve Fund 17. The second line on the bottom of the sheet, called unassigned others, this number is $5 million. Again, I'm going off the 25-26 projections. It's $5,825,644. Both of these buckets total $22,075,644. From our understanding, these 2 buckets are able to be used any way. They are unrestricted, that this Board of Trustees directs the district on how to use them. So let's take this unrestricted bucket of $22 million and deduct that first number I gave you, $1.4 million. The remainder is still $20,657,613.84. This is $20.6 million left as a surplus and way over the required reserve. It's not even part of the reserve. So let's be clear, Classified's not asking to break the bank with this salary increase. We are simply asking for a small percentage of the excess surplus, which, as you can see, we still leave a large surplus. I want to thank you and keep that in mind tonight. I know you guys are meeting later in closed session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now we have our WSTA report. President Knapp. Welcome.
Good evening, Superintendent Hildreth, President Kirby Gonzalez, Vice President Coffey, trustees and cabinet. It is good to see you tonight. The first thing I want to do is shout out to all the fabulous Stonegate Lions that are here tonight representing. These are some amazing teachers. I know you've seen their work. I've seen their work. That school is running smoothly, and I'm really proud to have them here. I I want to talk about the students that we saw tonight and the dedicated teachers who presented them. Boy, I come up here a lot, and a lot of times we're having conversations about things that are difficult. But it reminds me when we come here and we see what we saw tonight that the future is in front of us and the future is good. These kids are exceptional. And I'm so proud that they're here with us. And I like to take a step back when I see it and remember, as much as the difficult challenges in front of us kind of occupy our minds, we still have these amazing students here in WUSD, and I'm so proud to talk about them. And I hope we always continue to put the arts and Title IX opportunities in front of us, and we support them with funding. Much of the work that the MESA group is doing is voluntary. They get some compensation, but we all know that the hours don't measure up. So when we're talking about things like Mr. Gandara was presenting before you, when we pay people what they're worth, they can continue to do this amazing work. They continue to go above and beyond. And so I wanted to remind folks of that, and thank you to Anselmo Marin and Carmen for MESA. Really appreciate all of that work that goes above and beyond for students, and congratulations on your awards. I'm so excited to see the young ladies wrestling team. And again, programs that are fairly young that are excelling like that, I mean, we have a lot to be proud of. Because when we see that, we know we're leading the way. And that's what we want to do at WUSD. And then finally, the drama program, the theater troupe, just the amount of work that they're doing in our community, and it's super amazing. I'm super excited to get the Performing Arts Center up so that we have a place to showcase these stellar students. I'd also like to take this moment to remind everybody that we have funded a program called VAPA in this district. And when we initially funded it, the intention for VAPA was to give students the opportunity, and let's be real, the other intention is to create robust pathways so that we can encourage parents to keep their kids in our district. I want to make sure that we're working together as a team to remember that we have the narrative that these are professional educators that teach that, and they create these pathways to keep our kids at River City so Mr. Hanks can take them and build them up and make them into artists. And we have to work to avoid the language that our VAPA teachers are prep teachers. They are not, they're educators. Okay? And that is dialogue that we hear a lot. We need to respect the drama teachers, the music teachers, the art teachers that are in our elementary school, because I know our high school VAPA arts programs really respects them and what they're doing. We have to keep them here. I want to take another second to shout out. I celebrated the programs there, but I also want to shout out to Washington Middle College High School. I was there today. I was so blown away by what I saw. The amount of learning that's going on in Washington Middle is exceptional. And that's reflected in the rating they got from INCUST, that they're one of the top 11 schools in their class in the country. And I don't know that our community knows about that. I certainly hope that we're planning something to celebrate this. This is an opportunity to keep kids in West Sacramento. We have another school, and a school that's doing really well and thinking outside the box, so let's keep them front and center. I saw some fabulous math instruction going on in Mark Zavalos' class. And the kids were all just engaged, and he was laughing with them, and I don't ever remember a math teacher laughing with me. So that was really exciting. I want to back up what Mr. Gandara said. Our resource to serve our students is our classified staff and our certificated staff. And I've said this before, the budget that is in front of you is created. It's not invented, it's created. It's created based on priorities. And the board has the opportunity to assert what they believe the priorities should be and direct staff to honor the priorities. Now, tonight, my bargaining team chair is going to come up and present to you some information that we've been desperately trying to share with the school district for a long time, and that is what we think appropriate comps are when we're looking at other school districts. West Sacramento is part of the greater Sacramento area. We are an urban school district, and yet when we look at comps, we're almost always looking at Yolo County comps. Now, Yolo County, I'm proud to be in Yolo County, but Yolo County is one of the poorest counties in the state, and Yolo County comps are not going to keep our teachers here because our teachers, and I know Stephen's going to talk about this, our teachers are driving through urban Sacramento schools who pay much more than we do, particularly at the lower level of the salary schedule and at the middle level of the salary schedule. We need to be looking at the schools that we're losing teachers to. We need to be looking at the schools that represent urban Sacramento. We do not need to be comparing to Esparto and Winters, although those are fabulous schools. Their competition group where they're losing teachers to, where they're losing students to, is a different formula. So please, look at the numbers fairly and look at the actual surrounding schools. And I'm going to cede the rest of my time for Stephen, who's going to come up. Mario, I don't know if you have the slide available, but I appreciate that. Thank you, Stephen.
Good evening, everyone. I know the slides are a little small to see. That is all public information on salary comps from other districts, but I guess even before then, I can't help myself when I'm a seventh-year teacher here and I teach math, so when Doug said a math teacher he's never laughed with has never been in my classroom, so Doug, please come on down anytime. I am the funniest seventh grade math teacher at Stonegate. It's just, I'm the only one that judges that, so it's different, but anyways, I come up here on a much more somber note. I wrote some comments, but I think I'll go more off the cuff as it's a little emotional right now. We're losing teachers to other school districts. I lost a close colleague today. They're not leaving education. They're not moving. They're going up there. So when you see the yellow, red, orange hues, those are all school districts that pay more than us. Every one of them. There's one exception. That's all Sac County. I drive through 3 school districts to get here, 40 minutes. Why? Why am I driving 40 minutes to take a $10,000 pay cut? That's not competitive. Do you consider $10,000 fewer a year competitive? Look at that. That's just one of the highest of the farthest column. It's the same for any column. We've already compiled it. It's there. That's public information. We're not competitive. Okay? Most of my colleagues don't live in West Sac. They live in the greater Sacramento area. They're driving here. Why? Why should I tell them, yeah, it's cool to work here. You'll have to pay $10,000 less. You might not be able to afford childcare, but come on down. Yes, I like working here, else I would have left. Okay, it's true. Yes, I do like working here. I can't do this forever. I get emotional too because I think about it. My wife might be watching right now. How can I justify her why I'm driving to take a pay cut when I could be earning more money to help our family? We're considering having kids. Can we afford to? Well, I don't know. I would be able to if I moved districts. I've never considered moving districts before, but it may be now's the time. Okay, so as Doug said, don't tell me there's not money in the budget. The budget's created. There is money. You're telling me all those school districts magically have money in their budget, but we don't? To me, if that's the case, that's more an indictment on the budget creating process more than anything else, more than a system. There is money there. So I think that covers that part. But now that we're on to budget, it's a good thing that there is a $16 million surplus in the budget, which is also very frustrating because last year, when WSTA begrudgingly took a deal that we were assured it's the best we can offer, there's no money in the budget. We accepted it. Our leadership, myself, Doug, took a lot of flack for accepting that. Good to know there was $16 million extra that could have been offered. And so when a counter gets offered this time, I'm supposed to look at it and say, that's probably right. No, there was $16 million extra last year. And so the thought to use that $16 million extra last year, that's rolled over into this year, to plug holes is inconceivable. Just last year, your budget projections were fine. That was before you had $16 million extra dollars. So how is it that you now need that $16 million extra dollars to plug those holes? Absolutely inconceivable. That money needs to be used to address that. We are losing teachers. It's hard enough to hire teachers in general. Now when we lose teachers to that, and let me tell you, when I show that to my members at my site, created quite the conversation. You want to start a conversation? Share that with all members. Everyone knows we might not get paid the highest. When they realize, oh, $10,000, $14,000 more, I could go work over there. Some of them with better benefits. I'm supposed to convince them to stay? Yes, I like working here, but at what cost? I drove 40 minutes here, 40 minutes back, make $10,000 less. This cannot be the case. Most of my colleagues work in Sac County. The money is there. Please, please prioritize your budget differently. Make us more competitive, or else maybe this will be the last time I'm here because I'm talking at a different school board because I'm leaving. I don't want to, truly, I don't want to. I will deal with the drive if I feel like I'm being honored and respected with my pay. That's not. So that's where I'm at. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, that takes us now to our general public comments, and I do have a disclaimer that I'm going to read for that. And how many comments do we have this evening?
We are at 11 general public comment requests.
Okay. Okay, so to take us to 2 minutes each, that takes us over on our time a little bit, but I'd like to, I think, honor everyone who's come to speak. And so we'll do 2 minutes for everyone. We know you gave your evening to be here, and we don't want to cut anyone off. Before we do that, I'm going to read the disclaimer. At our regular board meeting held on February 9th, 2023, the board resolved that written public comments received by 3 p.m. on the day of the meeting will be provided to the board, but not read into the record during the meeting. And we did indeed receive public comments that will be put into the record that we have read. Members of the public may address the board on topics of the board agenda during every meeting. In addition, during regular meetings, the public may also address any topic within the jurisdiction of the board. Please know the board is listening to your comments, but by law, we cannot meaningfully respond in this forum to items not on the agenda. The board may limit the total time for public input on any topic to 20 minutes, which we are going to waive this evening. The board respects the rights of members of the public to speak regarding matters within its jurisdiction. However, please recognize that comments made regarding students other than the speaker's own children made during a public board meeting may be a violation of the student's right to privacy, and thus the speaker may be deemed legally liable. If you reference a student's name other than your own student, you may be deemed out of order. Furthermore, it's important for the public to understand that negative or derogatory comments made against any district employees or others, even those made in a public board meeting, may be actionable civil defamation. Although the board may not prohibit such comments, board policy allows the public to lodge complaints against district employees, providing more opportunity to be heard than is allowed under the open meeting law that governs this meeting. And I know that there might be this evening a lot of emotion that comes with coming to speak before us this evening, but we are going to ask that we're not yelling out or calling as people come up. There's a variety of topics that people may be speaking on, and we don't want to make anyone uncomfortable in those situations too. So, okay, and with that, can you please call our first comment? Okay, welcome.
My name is Kay Savory. I've been an employee of Washington Unified for 10 years and a paraeducator 3 for 6. I love my job, and even more, I love my students and seeing their growth and light bulb moments. That said, it is hard to stay as an employee for WUSD. After 10 years, I bring home less than $2,000 after taxes and whatnot are taken out. I have my parents live with me, and we have 2 incomes. And until my paycheck hit this month, I have 55 cents in my account. It's like this, month after month. Going on a vacation? That's nothing more than a dream. Meanwhile, my sister-in-law started working for a fast food Service. She works less hours than I do and makes twice as much. I find myself job hunting frequently because it isn't survivable to keep this income. I love my students and I love my job. That is why I am still here. I have scars on my hands, my arms, and my back from students from doing this job. I have a college degree and certificates to help me teach these students. I just completed a training to help teach reading, spelling, and comprehension. I'll be attending another training to do this in May. So, how is it fair that I have all these years of serving children in our community, and my sister-in-law makes twice as much as I do after a year, and all she does is make rice?
Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Ruth Pagano.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Ruth Pagano Turn. I'm a classified employee. I'm speaking here tonight hoping you all consider investing in classified employees. You all already know what we do to support students, staff, and the district as a whole. Without us and our dedication to this district, the district would not function properly. We provide the human capital that the district needs to operate each and every day. We provide the relationships necessary to grow and thrive as one united family. Classified employees are proud to serve the public, and in particular, this community. Many of us have chosen to work, live, and send our own children to Washington Unified Schools. These are the choices we make because we believe in the success of this district, the success of our students, and first and foremost, I believe we, the staff, actually serve our students every day, play an integral role in their healthy development and progress. Right now, we need you, the board, to believe in us. We need you to invest in us. Sorry. Not in terms of the bare minimum COLA. Invest in us in terms of what's available. I'm relieved that there is over $20 million projected to be unspent next year, above your necessary reserves. And the subsequent multi-year projections of unspent millions is simply for savings and not for us, your human capital. That's unacceptable. This money is unrestricted and again, above your necessary reserves and not tied to certain programs or departments. I'm here tonight to ask you all to care about us too. Care about us like you care about them. Care about our retention, care about our worthiness, care about our growth and development, care about us as the assets that we are. You will get a great return on classified employee investment. This is our community, our home, and these are our students. Please demonstrate through actions that you all value us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Tristan Johnson.
Welcome.
Hello, I'm Tristan Johnson. I'm a West Sacramento bus driver, and we are giving all our love to these students, and we love West Sacramento, and we love all the schools that we go to. But since I've been here, we have lost drivers that have been here 15 plus years because the laws are changing where we have to do longer pre-trips. It's way more requirements when we check in our buses. And it's almost like keep this money, but the job gets more detailed when we could just go and drive a truck or go, do some tankers. So it's nobody's fault. It's just the requirements are getting more detailed. Our pre-trips is longer. The way that the city is set up, we have to stay longer at some of these schools. So it takes us the 11 hours to earn the 8 hours. And we have to make this compatible to what y'all asking for us. We're losing drivers because physically the laws have changed. So we have to do different things to keep our license and just be drivers. we have to match it. And when we go on the field trips, you know, we see all the other school districts, and we know we're like, if we just go across town, we'll just get a couple of dollars more, or stay here and get left with the same old thing. So I have seen the people that have trained me for this job leave and work for other districts, and we see them at the pumpkin patch. But we have to keep up. You know, nobody want to feel like being a bus driver is a punishment. You know what I mean? We put a lot of love into this job, and you don't undo this job. We see the kids all day and all night. Even when we're off, we see them. So we got to keep our drivers. It's going to be hard to replace us.
Because we appreciate you all being here, and you're also speaking by your presence as well. But I am going to ask that we have no more public comment signups after the last 3 that just signed up, because now we're well over our time. So we'll accept the 3 that just signed up, but I'm going to ask the rest of you, if you have additional comments, you're welcome to email us. We will read them.
Our next public speaker is Christy Jordan.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Christy Jordan, proud classified employee, but I'm actually talking about something else tonight as a community member. Nothing more sad than when we lose one of our kiddos. And in December of 2018, we lost a member of our River City Regiment. He actually was a River City graduate, and that was Dante DePrado. And I want to remind you all and everyone here and the community that tomorrow night is the 5th annual fundraiser to benefit the DePrado Scholarship Program for the Music Boosters. There is no more way to show optimism in a time of grief than to create a program like a scholarship to reward that next generation of band kids. And the DePrado family is still doing this since after we lost Dante in 2018. He's the reason the River City Regiment have a drum line. He's the original swaggy boy. Shout out Dante, we love you. So tomorrow night at the Torch Club, there's going to be live music, and you can make donations. You can also go online and make donations with the River City Music Boosters. And let's support those band kids. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is first name Becky.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Becky Nyberg. I'm back. Same ask, different year. I'm a kindergarten teacher at Stonegate Elementary, and this is my 32nd year in the district. I've only taught in Washington Unified all my years here. Pay us what we're worth. Keep our new teachers. At my school, we have a handful of brand new teachers. This is only their 2nd or 3rd year, and we put all of our bits of resources into them, send them to trainings, other teachers mentor them. For what? For them to go across the river and get a job where they can make a lot more money. Are any of those teachers going to be up here 30 years from now, still in Washington Unified? I mean, I hope so. When I first started teaching here, people taught here for years and years and years. And I don't see that anymore. I certainly don't see it at my school. We've lost a plethora of middle school teachers who are teaching at Jesuit or Mariloma or any number of other schools. They're amazing teachers. They're not with us anymore. The same thing with our brand new teachers. They are amazing teachers. Let's keep them. Let's provide them with the resources they need and the respect they deserve to feel like they want to stay here in Washington Unified. I know it's full of amazing teachers, not just at my school, but the other schools. My boys were born, I live in West Sac. My boys were born and raised here. They went to Westmore Oaks and Stonegate and River City. They had amazing teachers. They were both in the arts and sports, and honestly, those programs at River City not only saved my children, but provided them with opportunities that got them where they are now. One's in Long Beach. Is that my time? Oh, and one's at Chico State. So pay teachers what they deserve and keep them here so they'll stay. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is first name Dinah.
Thank you. Welcome. We'll wait to start your time. You can lower.
Oh, I'm short. Okay. Good evening. My name is Dinah Malkin. I'm the speech and language pathologist at Elkhorn Elementary School. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on an issue that is critically important for SLPs, students, and the district. Across the district, most SLPs are managing high caseloads with no cap. No cap. According to California Education Code, SLP should not exceed 55 students on average for elementary, 40 students for ages 3 through 5. Currently, I have one of the 3 caseloads within these limits. However, during my first year, my caseload grew from 65 to 76 students, many of whom had complex communication needs. Their needs weighed heavily on my heart and my mind, and there was enormous responsibility. And yet I could not do the job that I wanted to do under those conditions. I had the support of a skilled SLPA, who's an assistant, but it didn't alleviate the burden of assessments, reports, and IEP tasks. I often worked late just to stay afloat. Although I met required minutes and timelines, deadlines, I was burned out and unable to provide the individualized attention my students needed. Many times I even considered leaving the field. No amount of overage pay would make me return to such a caseload. I urge you to adopt a caseload cap. This would be a win-win solution for the SLPs, for students, and the district. A caseload cap would mean improved services for students. To keep caseloads lower, sites would be staffed with SLPs rather than SLPAs. And while SLPAs are skilled, this would be better for students because SLPs have 2 to 4 years more training than SLPAs have, and therefore, okay, sorry. I'll do a part 2.
Yeah.
But we need a caseload cap for recruiting and retention. This is what we need to make the difference to attract. Thank you very much.
Our next public speaker is first name Andrew.
Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Going to try to be brief here, but I do want to talk about an issue of underpay, and that's for those of us who do overnight field trips. On a typical school day, teachers are contracted between the hours of 8 a.m. and 2:40. On an overnight field trip, teachers are working or are on call to work even during sleeping hours between 2:40 p.m. and 8 p.m. That's a span of 17 1/3 hours. For this time, we are compensated $80. Turned into an hourly rate, that is $4.62 when rounded up. For teachers working a week-long field trip like Slide Park, we work about 70 hours at this rate. Even though duties are different from teaching responsibilities, $4.62 is an embarrassingly low wage. Slide Park does not have a medical staff, and their teaching staff does not live on staff. During the after hours, it is just our teaching staff in charge, responsible for holding and distributing medication, as well as responding to medical and behavior incidents at $4.62 an hour. On this last trip, I spoke with other school districts. They told me they were not satisfied with their wage. I asked them what they make for their weekly stipend. They make $500 compared to our $320. That puts WUSD at 64% of a wage that other school districts consider unacceptable. I have discussed my own future attendance to attend Slide Park with my family. Leaving for 4 nights places a significant burden on my wife. She has told me in no uncertain terms, and with some language I will exclude here, not worth it. At her own work, she can earn that amount of money in less than 4 hours, about 5.7% of the time commitment I just put in. Unfortunately, I get the impression that this pay can be so low because the idea is that someone will eventually volunteer to do this. Someone will care enough to take the hit and make this trip happen for our students without having to compensate them. I hope this is not the case, as it would truly be a callous notion to take advantage of the goodwill of your teachers, already an underpaid demographic, to save money. Caring for the well-being of students and being fairly compensated are not mutually exclusive. We can do both. I myself have a background in outdoor ed. I do fully support attending Sly Park, and I applaud the district in having our students go for no cost. But sadly, as the cost of living increases, I do have to decide on my own participation, and $4.62 an hour is not a very convincing number. Thank you for your time. I hope you consider this figure for future trips.
Our next public speaker is Michael Gondara.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. President Kirby Gonzalez, members of the board, Superintendent Hildreth, and members of the cabinet. Thank you for allowing me a few minutes to speak tonight. My name is Michael Gondara. I'm a classified employee and member of the Riverview 168 negotiating team. Tonight, I wanted to say a few words because although we are a labor partner, we do not get to have that closed session behind closed doors with you guys. This is our only platform. I wanted to talk about the backbone of this district, the classified employees, bus drivers, food service workers, campus monitors, para-educators, secretaries, maintenance workers, and many other positions that are the day-to-day infrastructure. Right now, Riverview 168 is in negotiations. Like every other year, there was a healthy discussion and back and forth with the district about many things, but obviously the big items of discussion come when we talk about salary and benefits. Later this evening, you'll hear from Ms. Stovall about the second interim and the updated multi-year projection. So I don't want to get ahead of Ms. Stovall's presentation, so I won't say any numbers. Let's see here. But what I do want to ask the board is to look closely at these numbers and the multi-year projection. The amount of money we're rolling over, the amount of money in our Fund 17 savings account, and the millions in our unassigned other row of our second interim. I want to also add that this money is after the required 3% required by the state and the extra 3% required by the school board, which I think is an amazing thing. But this is after that. This isn't part of that. Our district is in a very healthy financial position. A healthy enough position that we could show our classified members the value that we always hear we're worth. I believe the saying is, show me where you spend your money and I'll show you what you value. So I had a little more, but that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Molly Wong.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me. First, I want to talk about TK. I teach TK at Stonegate, and because early childhood is on the bargaining table, I want to encourage you to get our numbers down to not just the state's recommended 10-to-1 class size or 10-to-1 ratios, but to cap us at 20. Some people say that we just play all day. We do. This is because this is where students directly learn social skills like how to cooperate, play together, solve problems. When we can do our job well, it makes it easier for teachers from kinder through high school to do their jobs well. The first 5 years of a child's life are so important, so let's show our community that we prioritize these years by providing them with a high-quality early childhood programs. You're welcome to come see what we're doing in TK at Stonegate any day. I also wanted to say that Washington Middle College, they're a top program now because they have reduced class sizes. So when we think across the board about reducing class sizes, consider that as a good model because their teachers are able to work better with them with fewer kids. Regarding money, as a self-described money hoarder, I love that you're wanting to save money. I get that. I've also realized that in my 49 years on earth, there are some things I'm willing to spend more money on for higher quality goods because they last longer. If you consider certificated and classified staff as high quality goods, you'll hopefully realize that we're worth your extra money spent. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Ethan Ireland.
Welcome.
I'm here on behalf of my friends and my children's friends who are part of West Sacramento's diverse immigrant community. And I'm sad to say that many of those same friends are now afraid of speaking up for themselves, so I'm doing it for them. I have deep concern over restarting the school resource officer program at this time, especially given that one of its stated purposes is intelligence gathering. But why are my friends afraid? A month ago, no one would have believed that lawful immigrants exercising First Amendment rights could be detained, stripped of green cards, and deported without due process or even criminal charges. 2 weeks ago, nobody would have thought whole ethnic groups, perfectly legal residents, could be stripped of their visas and deported en masse the same way. Last week, nobody would have believed that judicial rulings against such actions would be ignored and defied. And yesterday, no one could have thought that a law-abiding Muslim student could be disappeared from a public street in broad daylight. The actions of ICE over the past month have made it crystal clear. Naturalized, legal, or undocumented, innocent or criminal, if you're an immigrant, you're a target. Let me make you aware of an uncomfortable fact. Any area within 100 miles of a border is under the jurisdiction of ICE. We are clearly within that border. West Sac PD, I know ICE agents aren't being proposed for SROs, but every piece of evidence recorded by a police officer is legally discoverable, regardless of what that officer or that department intends to do with it. Statements made by the school district and West Sac PD about refusing to cooperate with ICE operations are brave but meaningless, because it is unheard of for a local police department to defy a federal subpoena. This issue is where national politics intersects with local. Yes, there are problems at River City High. They concern me. My kids are going to go there. None of those problems, however serious they might be, requires the establishment of a police presence that reaches into every campus in the district, not just River City, and will affect every family with a child attending a school in this district. By restarting the SRO program, you will be inviting someone who will create a stream of evidence that federal agencies can, and given all current trends, likely will weaponize against students and families from our immigrant community. Immigration status, anything else that officer gathers on the student or their family, constitutionally protected or not, if the feds don't like it, they're going to come after them. Please don't restart this program.
Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Dr. Amber Bradley.
Welcome.
Good evening, board. I'm Amber Bradley, a teacher at River City High School. I earned my doctorate in educational leadership where I studied police and public schools in California. I'm here today to comment on the town hall meetings regarding school safety in WSD. I'm disappointed to see the short notice just this week to inform the teachers that we have our one meeting regarding SROs on campus next Wednesday at 4 at the district office. 25% of your teaching staff works at River City. We have meetings until 4 o'clock that day. We can't make it on time. We cannot make it to that meeting. Realistically, we are the site that's going to be most impacted by hiring an SRO for the district. Although I should emphasize that the discussion so far has been about hiring one SRO for $400,000 to be a rover for the entire district. Teachers at River City realistically will miss most of this meeting. We are also concerned about us not having a real community conversation and instead separating us into silos to discuss this issue separately. Staff has insight that families need to know, and them likewise. I'd also like to comment on the survey that went out. I realize you're attempting to gather input from those who can't attend the meetings, but the survey was completely biased. It was not meant to gather information on SROs coming onto campus. It was written as if the decision had already been made. This does not honor the board's commitment to listening to the community members, especially those that would be impacted most by this decision. I will repeat a summary of decades of research on this topic. The safest communities are the communities with the most resources, not the most cops. SROs don't stop school shootings. School shooters often have suicidal tendencies, and they specifically target schools with SROs to cause the most damage possible and also succeed in achieving suicide by police. I'd ask you all to reflect on the services you are actually looking for. SRO should not be a replacement for support services that our kids need. We need counselors, social workers, mental health services. We need to focus on prevention, helping our kids during times of crisis. Our social workers have over 75 students on their caseloads. We could hire more counselors, more social workers with the amount that you're discussing spending on SROs. Increasing SROs does not improve school safety. Please take more time to do the research. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Victoria Arellano.
Welcome.
I'm not ready to speak, a big speech, but I only want to say I am a parade educator since 2002 in SDC classes. You know, I love my job, and every day I get hurt, but I'm still showing off every day over there. Every time for elections, I give my vote to all you guys. Now I have a question for you. Can you support us? We need.
Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Amrit Singh.
Welcome.
Lovely staff. My name is Amrit Singh, and I've been working since 2005, 11 years of the preschool, and working third to fifth grade autism kids, and I've been serving 11 years for the preschool autism kids too. My question is this: when teachers are in a classroom or absent, 1 day is sick, 2 days sick, 3 days sick, and we have no sub there, and we've been told, take over the class, and we sign the sheet, everything, oh, you will get the paid. Nothing happened. It happened with me, it happened with many of these here. So please, pay attention to us. We deserve better too. We came in sick. I've been sick for Wednesday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. My throat was gone. I came Thursday. I got sick again, but I take another day off, came back again. But we don't get the pay that we deserve it. I hope you guys understand that. I'm sure everybody's with me here. And please, saved our life and saved us because we are for children. We love you guys too, but we also receive respect too. If this is not happening, we're going to lose more paraeducator, and more subs going to come, more is going to say bye-bye. So we saw already here the budget, how much they're paying it. And I'm ready to move on too, but I go, no, I served since 2005 to now. I want to live here, and my family will graduate here, my son will graduate here. Still, my grandkids coming too. But we want to see better service for us. Please, pay us better. Everything expensive. Eggs to the butter, we can't afford anymore. $5 butter. And $12 to $13 eggs is too much. And the gas is $6. And the budget was right there. Earlier, a friend showed us. So I'm going to request you guys, please, save our life. I'm with you guys too.
Thank you.
Our last public speaker this evening is Pinky No.
Welcome.
Hi, good evening. So I wasn't going to speak because I didn't have any points to talk about, talking points, but after Stephen presented that lovely color-coded budget, or I guess comparison, it was really disheartening to come to find out that there's also a $16 million surplus. It just blows my mind. I'm like Becky, I've been in the district for 28 years, same district all my whole career, and life circumstances have changed so that I'm supporting my kids on my own. And I have to go look for a side hustle now because, you know, I'm not making as much as I could be, and I probably won't leave, but it would be lovely to not have to go look for a side hustle. So that was my main thing. Second thing, I wanted to thank Trustee Wong and Trustee Hunt for coming to read at Stonegate's Read Across America. I appreciate it, and the kids loved having you there. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all for your comments this evening. We're now moving into our public hearing. So we have our public hearing for the renewal of the charter for Washington Middle College Charter High School. Welcome up our Chief Business Officer, Monique Stovall.
take a moment, things settle down just a bit.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay.
I think we're okay. And I
Okay.
know that when
I think so.
people listen later, they don't hear the sound. So
Okay. So this evening, we're here for a public hearing for the renewal of the petition for our Washington Middle College High School. It's important to note, this is simply a public hearing. We're not asking for action. There's no public, no financial impact. In addition, our Washington Middle College High School doesn't present this evening. They'll be with us when we come back for an action and be able to celebrate, hopefully, with them and share some of the wonderful things that they're doing at their school. And so we ask that you open a public hearing. I'm here with Bill Schutz from DWK, and he will present some information related to the charter.
Yeah, so I think the best is probably just, I'll give you a little background, and then you can open public hearing, take public comment, and close.
Perfect.
But good to see you all. Good evening. So this one work? There we go. All right, so I think it's pretty cool, actually, because I supported the district and the board with the actual transition of what was West Sac Early College Prep to the charter school it is now, has become a dependent charter. And then with the material revision to the education program we have now that's before you today, and with the renewal back in 2017. So it's kind of cool to be back and happy for the success of the charter and all the great things it's doing for your students. So Washington Middle College High School was last renewed by the board in 2017 for a 5-year term that would have taken it through June 30, 2022. But because of the pandemic, so it's basically the whole scheme around renewals changed in 2019, and it's tied to academic performance, and that academic performance was based on the dashboard. And since the pandemic came along, the dashboard went away for a couple years, and so the legislature jumped in and gave all charters, pretty much all charters in the state, an additional 3-year term. So this is just Ed Code section was added. It was originally 2, added a 3rd year. And so that means that this charter school's term expires June 30, 2025, and that's why we're back on renewal for you. So the charter was the petition was submitted seeking renewal of a 5-year term, which will start July 1st, 2025 through June 30, 2030. There we go. So just a little bit about the process. It's pretty much stayed the same generally, as it did pre-changes by AB 1505, where we have a public hearing and we have an action meeting. Just the timelines changed a little bit. So we have this public hearing, which we're here tonight, and the purpose there is to consider the level of support for the petition by teachers employed by the district, other employees of the district, and parents and guardians. And then we're going to come back, I think we're looking at the April 10th meeting for action on this, and there will be another way the change in law, there will be a public hearing as part of that action item as well. So at renewal, we're looking at certain buckets, but 2 of the big ones is charters are still governed by the standards and criterion described in Education Code 47605. They have to contain a reasonably comprehensive description of 15 elements. And then they have to have a reasonably comprehensive any new changes of law that have gone into effect since the charter was last renewed or approved. So I was part of the team reviewing that charter to ensure it's been updated for new legal changes. And again, academic performance is the other big piece that we're looking at on renewals. So this current scheme for renewals now has charters into three different tiers based on their essentially performance on the dashboard. And the state around March actually posts on their website where each charter falls in those tiers. And where a charter falls depends on kind of the scope of review around academics and the term of that they're granted on renewal. So if we're really thrilled that for all the hard work they've been doing, that Washington Middle, figure out this remote, has been designated as a middle performing. So essentially what that means is you cannot deny a middle performing charter based on academic performance unless you're making specific findings to deny, including the charter has failed to meet or make sufficient progress toward meeting standards that provide a benefit to schools and students, and closing the school is in the best interest of students. We don't have facts to supporting of those, so the recommendation coming to the board is not to deny, it's to approve, which for charters that are in middle performing, it's for a 5-year term, which I think is a good amount of time to have measures and move forward. So tonight's, and frankly, most charters fall in the middle throughout California. Purpose, again, of tonight is hear from the public and parents and teachers and students and everybody. So I'll turn that back to you, President Kirby Gonzalez, to open public hearing and take any public comment, close, and then if you have any questions for me. And I think before that, I don't know if we're going to come up during public comment, during public hearing. I think they're just going to pop up during public hearing tonight. So.
Perfect. And on process, if the board has any comments, should I take all the comments, close the hearing, and then we ask those, or should they be done during the public?
I think probably after the public hearing, and then also at the action meeting coming back, definitely if you've delved into the charter at all and you have any questions, I think the principal will be here and be able to answer any questions you have too. So, okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to
keep my
open.
face off of here.
I know, I like your thank you even. It's really.
Can turn it off for me.
All right, I'm opening this public hearing for Washington Middle College High School Renewal Charter Petition. Are there any public comments?
Nobody have formally signed up, but I don't know if members
Would like to
wanted
sign up and come speak?
I was ready to say no public comment. By all means.
What would be the most helpful for record keeping? Would you like them
you
to
could
fill
just
out
fill
the
out a
form or
form
say
and-
their name? Okay. Thank you for doing that, and then we can keep track.
So we have one public comment, and it's Mark Lane.
Okay, welcome.
Well, good evening, members of the school board, trustees, Superintendent Hildreth, and members of the community.
They're still here.
I'm here tonight as a proud parent of a graduate of Washington Middle College High School. Honored to speak on behalf of my daughter and in support of this outstanding institution. I've witnessed firsthand how Washington Middle College High School transforms lives and opens doors for students, giving them opportunities that many in our community have never had before. But Washington Middle College High School is much more than just a school. It's a bridge to higher education and a brighter future. Through its rigorous academic program and unique partnership with Sac City College, students don't just earn a high school diploma, they graduate with college credits, invaluable experience, and the confidence to excel in higher education and beyond. As a parent, I saw my child not only thrive academically, but also develop the skills and discipline and mindset needed to succeed in college. The teachers, counselors, and support staff go above and beyond to ensure that every student is seen, heard, and supported. They don't just teach, they mentor, guide, and inspire. They create a nurturing environment. where students feel empowered to take risks, ask questions, and push themselves to new heights. Their commitment to student success, both academically and personally, is what sets Washington Middle College High School apart and makes such a profound difference in the lives of the students they serve. Even more remarkable is Washington Middle College High School's unwavering commitment to serving underrepresented and historically marginalized communities in West Sacramento. This school opens doors for students who might not otherwise have had success and access to advanced coursework or the opportunity to experience college-level academics.
Thank you for your. Okay.
No further public comments?
All right, then we will close our public hearing officially. And are there any board questions or?
I have one. So on my one question at this moment is pretty much it goes for academic performance categories. And on there it says that they do academic performance based off of, renewal term 5 to 7, middle performing renewal term 5 years. And then the following slide, we get that Washington Middle College has been designated as a middle performing. However, we just heard comments that our Washington Middle College High School is top 11 school. Help me to understand how we can be a middle performing charter school, yet be considered a top school designated, in California. What do you need to do in order to?
Yeah, I think we have some folks here that can answer that for you. It's tied to the student population served.
Got you. I love it. You just give me all the answers.
Good evening. I think the comment you're referring to was made by our WSTA president, and he was referring to an INCUST award, which is a completely different set of metrics that are used for schools to receive that designation. And Middle College went through their validation visit because they're being considered for that award. So the INCUST designation is completely different from the middle performing designation from the state.
Thank you.
You're
I needed
welcome.
that clarity.
Are there any other comments or questions? Dr. Castro?
I just had a comment. One of my nieces goes to Washington Middle, and it's interesting. I was speaking with the principal, I think at Alcorn, and it's something that I'm interested in learning more about, because it's something that I feel that with my own son could challenge him where he's not challenged now. So I'm really interested in hearing more about Washington Middle. That's it. I just had to comment.
Thank you.
And you will. Meeting. Do you have any thing to see?
I'm happy to hold the next meeting, but I've had the privilege and honor of seeing different alumni in the community as they've grown up, and I feel like 2017 was when I had just gotten the board and got to visit and talk to the academic councils and all of that to get this established. So it's really exciting, and the alumni are so proud and really doing phenomenal work in our community. And they're requesting an alumni network so they can come back and talk to. And our student board member tonight was also with Washington. I've just been really impressed with how we've grown the program over the years. And when I was talking to alumni, like, wow, is it doing okay? Because they weren't sure. I'm like, no, it's like it has the most enrollment ever. So not just the parents, but the kids do have this kind of interest and support and giving back to the community in a way that is just unique and powerful. And so just really appreciate, and I'll, when it comes back to, I'll say it again, but really support this. I'm excited to kind of see the transformation to what it was and not meeting the needs and the goals of students to what it is today. Even though we're a middle performer, I'm pretty sure we'll like increase that over time. Yeah.
Come and speak in the mic just so that our people who are outside here.
Kind of address the middle performing. So the middle performing is based on your academic performance. Our academic performance is there, but because we didn't have the number of students tested, that's why on the California dashboard, if you look at Washington Middle College, you'll see one area of blue, like our suspension rate is 0. So we got the blue because that's school-wide numbers. So we have the numbers needed for the California dashboard performance. But because of our students in 11th grade who were tested last year, the first year we had the numbers. Then the next year, we didn't have the 35 or more. So because the state, if you start to identify students under 35, then you can identify who's not performing or whatnot. So that's why we did. So we are high performing, but we just don't have the status because of the California dashboard. So I just want to, so next year,
Thank
we'll
you.
be there.
Are there any other questions? I think it is really exciting, as you pointed to, when we took this program over, we were asked it was fiscally insolvent, and it was a risk for the district because it was a financial investment that we made, hoping that it would really pay off for kids because we knew the vision of what this program could be. But we all show up to the first graduation, we're all ready, and we get there and there's more of us than there are kids, up on the stage. And so now to see where it is now, it's just really phenomenal and special. And yes, we'll speak about that next meeting as well. Can you just, as we go into next meeting, to think about for now, to make it clear, I know, I appreciate you did a great presentation, but just the difference between, this is our one dependent charter school in the district, and then we oversee 2 independent charter schools. And can you maybe just speak briefly to the function of the difference between those 2 in terms of like the employees and the district maybe role of a dependent versus our 2 that are independent that also will at some point come to us?
We can do that. Absolutely.
When you come back, you'll do that?
Oh, I thought you were asking for us to do that at that time.
Oh, do you want it
Go ahead.
now? or-
Well, we can wait, but I was thinking it might be helpful now because as people prepare and think about it for next, if you're ready, otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, we can
okay.
speak to it generally. A dependent charter, district operated charter is just another school of the district, but a charter school. And in this case, all the employees of the charter school are employees of Washington Unified. They're part of the unit, collective bargaining units, have the same rights as your other district employees. Students, of course, are all yours, and in your ADA that comes in is yours. Unlike an independently operated charter, is almost all are operated by a nonprofit corporation that has its own board of directors. And the employees of that charter, the students of that charter are not yours. So you don't get any average daily attendance for that. The employees, they're under the employment of that nonprofit. With Washington Middle, you are the governing body of that charter. There's not a separate board of directors. So we still have to go through this process because the law doesn't, in its process, differentiate between dependent and independent charters. So we still have to renew it. We still have to have public hearings and all those things. But ultimately, it's your charter when this is all said and done. This is your school and your kids and employees. I think that's the most general. And then obviously the budget and things like that, part of the district's audit, annual audit, all those financial things are part of it as well. And Monique will speak a little bit more to that budget or provide some budget documents for that.
Great, thank you. Okay, all right, then we will end this item. We already closed the hearing, and now we're going to move into our information discussion items. Thank you. Have a good evening. We have our Washington Unified Virtual Academy, WUVA, planning and recommendations for 2025 to 2026. Again, that is with Monique Stovall, our Chief Business Officer, and also with our Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services, Audrey.
Thank you. This evening, I'm joined with our Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services for an information item. Again, there's no financial impact with the discussion of this item. Should we come back, should you would like us to come back with more information, we'll provide more information on financial impact if there is one.
So the purpose of this conversation tonight is to be able to provide information about our Washington Unified Virtual Academy and our recommendations for next. And we'll begin with Autrey, and then I will.
Okay, good evening again, trustees and community members and staff. As CBO Stovall mentioned, we are here to just provide information regarding the current status of our only virtual academy in our district for K-8 students. So next slide, please, Mario. And of course, this is connected to, the purpose of WUVA is connected to our equity principles, our 4 pillars, and our goals for student success. And then, of course, our 12 strategic priorities. Monique already went over the purpose. And so just to give a little bit of background on WUVA and our principal of WUVA, Amanda Divelbis is here with us too, so we may rely on her expertise to answer some of your questions. So I'm just going to start with why WUVA was established. WUVA opened in the 21-22 school year during the pandemic, and it served first through 8th graders. And 4 reasons that it was established. One was to offer families not just a temporary virtual option, but a more long-standing remote learning opportunity for families who needed that as an option. Also to just create an additional pathway for students in 1st through 8th grade beyond traditional brick and mortar schools, as well as to just make sure kids who opted for a virtual setting were thriving. And so we'll go into the next slide. And so just to give you a brief overview of WUVA's educational programs, currently it's organized into 3 grade spans, so K through 2, 3rd grade through 5th grade, and 6th through 8th grade. And students receive their daily instruction, both face-to-face, online with their teacher for part of their day, and then there's some independent asynchronous time where they access other content areas, non-core content areas, and also receive additional instructional support from a newly hired paraeducator, which was a result of WUVA receiving additional funds this year through LCAP. And so they were able to provide students with some adult support when they are not face-to-face with their teachers online. WUVA students and teachers use district-adopted curriculum for all content areas, and any assessments that our students who are in our in-person schools participate in, our WUVA students do as well. And they come in person to take some assessments, and some assessments are taken, of course, from the comfort of their homes or wherever they are accessing instruction from their teachers online. Next slide, please. And this just gives you some details about who is served at WUVA in terms of students. And so as you can see, just like in our in-person schools, we provide services to students from a variety of backgrounds. So you see that 8% of WUVA students are still learning English. We have 6.4% of students who receive some kind of SPED services. We have students who need additional accommodations through a 504 plan, students who are considered homeless or in transition. And then 62.7% of students at WUVA are considered socioeconomically disadvantaged. And then you can see the racial and ethnic background of WUVA's 62 students, with the largest group being Hispanic or Latino, and then the smallest group being Pacific Islander. Next slide, please. And then just to talk a little bit about some accomplishments that WUVA has been able to brag about because of the diligent and concerted efforts of their teachers and staff. They saw an increase in their CASP scores over the last 2 years, in particular for their elementary students in both ELA and math. And for their middle school students, they saw an increase in an ELA and a slight decrease in math. Their iReady scores are pretty much in line with the rest of the schools in our district, the rest of the K-8s who participate in iReady in our district. And I think that's pretty much it there. If there's any questions about those topics that we've covered so far, we can take them now. Otherwise, I'll hand it over to Monique to talk a little bit about operating costs and such.
Thank you. So while WUVA began very strong in 2021, right when we were coming back to school, returning from COVID, the heart of COVID, opening this school filled a great need. You know, just in the first year, we began with 5 teachers, and then as the program grew, by the end of the year, we had 10 teachers, a daily high of enrollment of 280 students. However, the interest and the enrollment in the school has declined over the years. We had a sharp decline after the first year, a continued decline the next year, and a small bump this year. While this is an exceptional program with exceptional students and staff, there is a financial impact to operating a program with such low enrollment. Currently, the operating costs for this year are projected to be about $870,000, which will require a general fund contribution. You'll see on the slide, in the second year, there was a $645,000 contribution. However, the education team and the principal revamped some things, and we were able to bring the contribution from the general fund down to about $218,000. This year, they reorganized again and were able to bring the contribution down to an estimate of $130,000. Next year, the estimate is about $170,000. Our concern is as costs grow, the general fund contribution will rise throughout the year. Next slide. So due to the impact on the general fund and what we believe is declining interest in a school in this type of format, we are recommending that the board consider closing WUVA at the end of this school year. We have had conversations with the principal, some conversations with teachers and parents about the potential of this school closing. Again, potential of the school closing. Next slide. And we've shared information about the options should this school no longer operate next year. With our students, their options may include the enrolled students would go to their home school. They could do an intra-district permit to be able to go to another school within our district that's not their home school, or they can look at other options outside of WSD, which we are committed to helping them find the best place. Next slide. We've also worked with our Human Resources Department to identify options for our staff. And we will have a home for every team member, every staff member. Currently, I know that our HR department is looking at vacancies and making sure they're aware of vacancies within our district. So should they want to go to a different school or a different position within a different school, then they have that opportunity. This would affect 3 teachers, our principal, and 2 classified staff, a secretary and a paraeducator. So what are our next steps? We are providing information to you this evening and asking you for to ask us any questions, or if there's additional information you would like for us to continue the conversation, we can bring that back to you. Should you want us to move forward with considering this, we propose coming back to you on April 10th to request action. And then, of course, we'll continue to support our students and our staff and our families should the school close and through the transition. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any comments? Okay, welcome, Samantha.
Okay. Oh, I get 3? Whew. No, you can keep it at 2. It's up to you, Mark. Okay, so I'm going to try to speak to 2 different parts, one part from me and another part from a parent who wanted something to be read, so I apologize if I go over. I understand that we only have about 60 students at WUVA, but we do have a middle school wait list that we have not been able to fill because we don't have we don't have the capability of bringing on another teacher because of our current funding situation. We have students who would continue if our high school offered a similar program because they enjoy this program so much. And the parents that I speak to, that's what they say. Like, they're disappointed that this isn't something that we continue on into the high school and they don't have the opportunity to continue with it. I just lost my thing. The taking our kids to their homeschool, some of these students have never been to their homeschool. They actually ask their parents, what does that mean? I don't understand. And they're nervous and they're upset and their parents are trying to calm them down. So we understand what that means. These kids do not. This is their homeschool. This is where they've been the whole time. I actually send my home hospital kids and my long-term independent study kids through this program repeatedly throughout the year because it's really difficult to get a teacher on such a short notice, but I can slide them into a WUVA classroom and then slide them back into their real homeschool very easily. Amanda has been very kind about helping me make that happen, and it has been a lifesaver for a lot of my students because then they don't lose that educational time when they're home with injuries or whatever it is. And we talk about equity. These kids deserve just as much equity as everyone else. This is where they belong. This is what they love. Okay, so this is the parent part. I'm going to try to really fast. The students at WUVA thrive in this virtual setting that only WUVA creates, and their needs should be supported and respected by the district just as the needs of those who thrive in any in-person schools are. These students should not be discriminated against simply because they are not in the majority. They should be given the option to have the school setting that works best for them just as other students have. WUVA should remain as an option for these children and families. And if this necessary option is taken from them, many will regress both academically and social-emotionally without the virtual classroom setting they've become accustomed to, the consistent helpful support from teachers and staff, small class sizes, the online classroom video calls with teachers and classmates, the once-a-month in-person days, and the camaraderie these students have found with each other within this amazing school. All of these attributes are exclusive to WUVA, which is unlike any other virtual school options. Without this, with a forced transition away from WUVA and into in-person schools or a different style of virtual school, these students may face many challenges academically and with adjusting to a setting where their needs aren't entirely being met. We hope you consider the needs of these students above whatever financial topics arise due to lower enrollment, because our students having the opportunity to thrive and having their needs met equally to those who thrive in person is far more important than money. There was more.
You can also email us the full comment if you want to. Samantha, you could email us the full comment if you want. Okay. Oh, thank you. Okay. Yes, and we did receive a public comment as well. You're right, there was. Okay, then I will open it up to my board colleague.
I have a questions.
Thank you. Yes, trustee Hunt.
Mario, can you go to the slide where it had student options, please? The option of the non-WUSD virtual school Does WUVA currently provide services that are above and beyond what other virtual schools provide? Do we know outside of our district?
So I can speak to that just a little bit. Before we collapsed into 3 grade level spans, the kids were with teachers more online. They had more online synchronous time, but this year it's less. And so not this school year, but last year, I think we were above the competition, if you will, in terms of the number of minutes kids spent actually with the teacher. And so this year we just couldn't do that with having only three teachers. So now I think we're kind of more in line with what a lot of other virtual academies or independent study programs do, where there's some time with the teacher synchronous and then a lot of time spent asynchronously.
Okay. And then other than the teaching time, do we think that we're pretty on par with what other virtual options could offer?
In terms
I don't know if we have that information, but we received some comments that other virtual options don't provide the same level of support, the same level of programs and whatnot as WUVA provides. So I was just trying to understand what those differences were.
Well, one difference this year, which kind of made up for less minutes with their teacher, is that addition of the paraeducator, who I think was hired, what month? In January. And so now the kids, even though they're not with their teacher because their teacher is with a different grade level, while the kids are working independently, they still have access to a paraeducator who can answer questions for them, help them work through a problem, or help them understand instructions. And I think that might be pretty unique to our program. And that was, again, because of the fluctuation in enrollment at WUVA, it qualified for these additional resources called an equity multiplier through LCAP this year. So that's how we were able to fund that paraeducator position. It just took us a while to find a person.
Okay. And then for the option of the district homeschool, I don't know if we know this or not, but do we have information on the 60 plus students where their homeschool would be and how that would impact those schools, or maybe it won't at all?
Yes, we already know where each child's homeschool is. A lot of the kids, their original school was Westfield, I think followed by Bridgeway. And we're making sure that during enrollment season, they have space or a spot for their assigned grade levels for next year.
Okay, and then for the inter-district option, did we commit that to those families that if they submitted a request to go to a different school that it would be granted regardless of enrollment at other schools, or is that just an option and they would kind of join the list with everyone else who has submitted that?
Yes, in the 3 parent meetings that we held, we made sure that our student services department, Dr. Jay Burns, shared exactly what the permit process is, and based on a student's attendance, behavior, and grades, their families can apply for a permit into one of our other WUSD schools, and the decision would be based on space availability in the requested grade level.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, are there other questions or comments? Clerk Castro?
I'm just curious, more of a curiosity. So from feedback from the families, what is the biggest, I guess, what is their biggest reason why they would want to keep WUVA? Like, what's their concern for their children?
So before we condensed WUVA into the 3 grade level spans, a survey was issued to parents last year, and so Amanda can speak to exactly what are some of those top reasons that parents opt for WUVA.
Yeah, so we didn't survey this year, but most of our students are continuing students. So for perspective, we have 20 students who've been with us all 4 years at WUVA. And so what that does mean for those students, we started in 2021. So the year before that was 100% virtual for all of our kids as well. So those students have been virtual for five years or so. So a lot of the students, those 20, they've been doing this the whole time. So this was a choice back in 2021 that they made and they've committed to. The kids that come in and out, it's mostly our middle school. We get a lot of influx since I think Samantha made reference to it. We have a wait list for our middle school currently. Every year it's different students. We started with 10 kids at the beginning of this year and have 34 currently. It can be home hospital, surgeries, anxiety, bullying or feeling bullied at their school or feeling like they need a break. It's a variety of reasons. For middle school, it's usually student chosen. Our elementaries are usually parent chosen for health reasons, kid learning better in that environment, and or this is the only learning environment they've ever been exposed to. So it's a mixture. 64 kids and 64 reasons. Yeah.
Trustee Wong?
Can I ask how long the wait list is? You mentioned a couple times. So how long is the wait list
Yeah,
for
we
middle
have 4 currently on our wait list for middle school. So yeah, but it's capped at 34. So it's a 6, 7, 8 teacher currently. So she's teaching, they teach live math and English instruction, and then everything else is asynchronous, science and history. So unless kids leave, those 4 are on the wait list until.
It's been such a wonderful option, right, for our families and our kids who may need, full transparency. I was considering it. For lots of different reasons. But you have a wait list and it's middle school. So, and understand that is the home and hospital instruction. There are certain needs of students who are just much more comfortable in a virtual academy. And on balance, we're needing to kind of figure out like the money situation and heavy are the crowns that sit, that sit at this board because they do meet a need. And my child was kind of disappointed, to be honest.
And three of the students on the wait list are students who recently moved to West Sac and in middle school and aren't wanting to start a middle school environment in March. And so they might go back to in-person next year, but they wanted to be able to have finish the school year in a virtual setting.
Yeah, lots of different reasons and good options, and on balance, it's challenging. I have a slightly different question, and maybe it's for you, Audrey, is that did we ever really advertise it, or was it more of like word of mouth, out of curiosity? Just how did we actually advertise that this was available as a high quality education opportunity?
That a little bit. Last year, when we saw how drastically the enrollment had been declining, we said, let's give ourselves time to do exactly that, is to get the word out more. And I know Amanda has made pamphlets and flyers and along with Yorgos postcards. And so I feel like we have put forth some concerted efforts with advertising the program. And it just seems like we've reached a point where the families in our area who are interested are here. And we just haven't seen the numbers the way we wanted them.
Last question, and it's not a now question about WUVA. Are there ways to adopt this model in any way, shape, or form? Hybrid with our existing school, a school, Westville. It's just a wondering for those options of like, if majority are Bridgeway, or I think you also said Westfield. Is there a way to adopt this?
We have definitely brainstormed different iterations of how can we still fulfill the need that we know is being served in this model. And we know that physical space is a challenge across pretty much every one of our K-8 campuses. So we would have to think about which campus the school could live or the program could live on. And then we know that the most concentrated interest is in middle school. and in the intermediate grades, and we just don't see that interest in K2. And so that would be two teachers, not 3. And so if you want us to bring back some more concrete details about those possibilities, we're happy to, but it's definitely been considerations in our planning.
Excuse me. Yes, as Audrey shared, and I want to make note, this isn't a light decision. We've been evaluating this over the years, and Amanda and everyone has done some really great advertising and told and spoke with staff, students, and parents to just revamp it as much as we can. And so we have researched, could this go to another school? Some considerations we have are definitely facilities. We recently had a capacity study, a enrollment study, and so we know that there are some schools that are heavily impacted, and so the available space is small. We know we have other schools that may not be as impacted, but with shifts and revamping of schools like Elkhorn, we know that Westfield and Riverbank may be impacted with enrollment. And so we have to make that careful consideration. We have to think about what that would look like. You know, would it be a classroom that we would modify and invest in that modification to make 2 schools? What would, excuse me, thank you, 2 classrooms? What would be the impact on the principal? You know, so there's a lot of considerations. Our fiscal services director, Billy Duba, ran some numbers, and absolutely, there would not be as we anticipate, a general fund contribution, because we would not need the additional expenses that we have. So there are some considerations, and if you would like, we can bring more of an out information.
And again, I mean, I'm just one voice. I don't know if others are interested, but if there are significant families who want to come, it is a real option for those with high anxiety, that those who have bullying issue, those are everything that you've outlined, right, that we're trying to, and you've heard, you know, students across the way. So it's just something I'm wondering, but I'm just one voice. Love thoughts from others before staff go down.
Thank you. Trustee Hunt, Vice President Coffey.
Okay. Quick question on the financial impact. Says our estimated operating costs are $870,000.
Mm-hmm.
And if we don't have this information right now, it's okay, but it would be good to know how much of that is salary that we're keeping on anyway, and how much of that is other expenses that would be eliminated with closing this school.
The majority's,
okay,
and we can bring the detail, the exact.
Yeah, you know, I think that'd be good.
Okay.
Because the salary costs aren't going away, correct? Everyone is gonna.
The salary.
Or how does that adjust?
It'll adjust because it'll go into vacant positions where we already have the for those salaries.
Okay.
So we would decrease our operating costs.
Okay.
Because we will no longer have as many staff within our system, as many positions. Say.
Right. Okay. Position goes away. Gotcha.
Not
okay.
Not
yep.
people. Positions.
Vice President Coffey.
Yes. I had in regards to student options. So I'm hearing that there was kids who are saying, you know, homeschool. What the homeschool? This is my homeschool because I'm home. Like that makes more sense. What are we doing to help them transition to the possibility of entering the school site? Are we offering like a tour? If this could be your site? If this is not your site, is there another option? Letting them actually see what it's like during when there's kids there versus when there's not. So having those opportunities to allow the individual child experience what their homeschool would be like to help alleviate some of those anxieties that they could be feeling if this becomes. So have you guys been doing that?
We haven't done anything like that yet, but that's definitely been a part of our planning
Okay.
conversations. Amanda's been great about sharing in kid language with the kids what the possibilities might be for next school year. And lots of feelings from them have been shared as well. And so part of next steps, based on what the decision is definitely transitioning what that looks like for students. You want to elaborate?
Yeah,
Amanda?
and so we've been doing this for the last 4 years, though. Really, there's only that small group that have been with us for 4 years. So usually kids transition pretty seamlessly, but there have been students where I go spend the day with them in their new classes. I mean, obviously, I won't be able to do that with 64, but we can think through that. Whereas they're going to school and that was really difficult to transition back. So we've had those conversations. The parent meeting we had last week, a parent asked if we could be sure our kids are talking to their parents more than us about their schooling options, because the survey data from last year showed about half of the students wouldn't choose to come back to our home schools. They're going to choose an independent study or homeschool option. Last year's kids, we haven't surveyed this year's kids. So some of those kids might have even already gone back, right? But so the parents asked that while we can say all the choices to their kids, to not say this is happening, that the parent can then talk through the options so that the kid feels more comfortable. But I love the idea of being able to go to the school site. I did that with a teacher. Today we went and toured the school site that she may potentially go to, so that she could see what that school is like and what the classrooms are like, because my teachers have also been teaching virtually for several years and a lot has changed in the classroom. So yeah, it's a great thing for us to keep in mind.
I was just thinking, if there's just almost like a cohort, right? These kids have been used to each other and they've seen each other. I mean, bring them together and say, okay, these are the ones that could possibly go to Bridgeway. These are the kids that can do it like a group field trip where they're together and they don't feel like this is just me and I'm by myself. Since just helping them somehow in that transition, I think may help with some of the anxiety that may come from this. So if it happens, throwing it out there.
Yeah, that and open house too, right? And thinking about having them go to the open house. You know how
In
normally you
spring.
go and get to see next year's in the spring. They could
Yeah.
go visit those ones, but I love that idea.
I think, so this week I connected with Amanda because I was in a meeting with a student in transition in my other role as a teacher, and they called me in, and the student is on a voucher in West Sacramento, so it's really hard to take light rail to get to school where I work. And so, and again, a middle school student who wanted to look at this, the family wanted to look at this option because it is middle school at the end of the year. It's a hard time. And so we connected, but then there is there's a wait list. But I just have to give such a big shout out to our staff, because then also immediately, even though the student is not enrolled in Washington Unified, they're still enrolled in a different district, but knowing they're here, they don't know services, they don't know our city, they don't know how to get around, they don't know where the food banks are. And so Maria Munoz, our liaison for families in transition, already met with that family too. You provided all the enrollment data, and I'm just so grateful for all of the services that we offer here and what a special place it is to connect. I know I visited many times. I've been in the classrooms. I've seen the teachers working. I think most educators would say that was the hardest part of their career, was trying to be virtual. And the teachers are very impressive to watch what they do, and to see the kids are laughing and they're having fun. And it is a really cool thing to see. So a couple things with that. And one, of course, this is a celebration for the work that you did, getting our families through the worst time that we've experienced in education. I mean, 260 families initially at that time. I mean, that was the lift at the time, and so impressive. That will always be a celebration. So it's a hard conversation right now, but it truly is a celebration of what happened here. But I am with Trustee Wong in that last board meeting. You may not all realize this, but we approved the retirement of one of our teachers who's in WUVA. We have now 2 teachers who are currently teaching in WUVA. So what I would like to see, we do have an independent study program at the high school. To your point, it's not the same. They're not going to be this, the same. But I would like the district to explore, if we have 2 teachers, remove the other costs. We have had programs in the past where we have had like a stipend to absorb a program. So I'd like the district to explore that, if there could be
a stipend to oversee this program from an administrator role, and then to have 2 teachers. Also, yes, your point of needing classrooms is well noted. I would talk to these teachers, so too, in the work you do. Many programs, the programs across our state, they're virtual, they're working at home. The majority of them. I mean, they're working at home where I work, they're working at home I've gone to conferences, they all work at home, all the virtual people come. So I'm sure there's others that work in a classroom, and maybe that's not what they want. Maybe they don't even have the way to work at home. They need the technology. But I'm just saying we could maybe get creative with that. Maybe it could be a few days on. If you're going to get creative with any program of working at home, this would be the one. So I would like to see just what that looks like if we had 2 teachers. Obviously, it wouldn't be the same program it is now. It would look a little different, but what our families would see. And it sounds like Trustee Wong would like to see it. And I'm wondering if any other board members are okay seeing that data of what it would look like if we had 2 teachers, because it sounds like could be fiscally solvent if we had 2 teachers, correct? Yeah, so if it's fiscally solvent and it pays for itself with that, I think we should at least look into it. If others agree.
Thanks for the support with that. I mean, it's an exploratory conversation.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make one point of clarification that with 2 teachers, it would be fiscally solvent with current enrollment numbers. So with
Yes, I
62
understand.
kids. So we would have to figure out
Yeah,
how we
if they
would.
say, and I understand, I know.
yeah.
But I'm just thinking, as you explore that, you can have that conversation. I was stopped in the hall leaving WUVA by a parent who said, we need this program. And so, if we hear that and we think, if we have the students who remain, and it's fiscally solvent, and of course, that's part of the work too.
And that's right. And I appreciate you sharing in your other hat that there are families in transition, kids in foster care, experiencing homelessness. This is a viable option.
Really is.
Considering what they're going through in the court or trying to find a so I shared my own, but that's real too. And the question is have we present options?
Yeah, in some
Students in foster
cases, our most vulnerable students, home hospital.
And to be honest, there was a comment today of immigration. Honestly, is that going to change over the next 4 years? Is this an option for families who might want to be, kind of feel safer with this?
And one more question for our next steps. So would you like for us to include that information as an information item or as part of an action item on April 10th?
I don't know, do you think you'd be ready for that? Is that realistic?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, well, if you're ready for that, then I think that we could weigh that as.
I mean, it's 2 voices. I'm others on
information. Okay. Can we have it as an informational item?
Yeah, given timing and all that, so I know that is that
What meeting are
realistic?
we on?
Yeah.
You're saying you can bring in
April
to
10th.
information
We only have one meeting
at our next meeting,
So
because we only
we-
have one.
we
Oh,
have
because you need a
timeline.
decision for our families.
We do. We
So
can,
can you
we can do an
maybe-
executive summary.
Can you share with us an
and be able to
executive
share it
summary?
out.
Put it on for action, and then Dr. Hildreth can take any questions or concerns too, so people make sure they have the information they need. And then we'll put it as action. I
Does
think.
that feel right, Dr. Hildreth?
Oh, that's true. How do you feel?
Yes, I think we can be ready with the information. We've, been exploring all possibilities as we've gone through this process. And so we will be able to gather that rather quickly to get you an executive summary and then be able to move forward as placing this as an action item.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Hildreth.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Consent. That takes us to consent. Okay, can I get are there any questions on consent? Any public comment? Okay. Dang. Yeah?
Hold on. Go. I gotta.
Do you want to pull?
Do you want to pull an item from
No,
consent?
I don't want to pull it. I just maybe it was a
If
like a
you
clerical
have-
error.
If you have a question on it, we should pull it.
Oh.
And
We
then
should-
you can
never
ask
mind.
it. Do you know which item it is?
So on process, if you have a question, we need to pull it and pull it to action.
man.
which
Because
is-
otherwise
which
we
is
don't
just the
talk
next
about it.
item, and we don't have a
No,
long
I'm
action.
good then.
Are you sure?
It just was a clerical, like, I was like, oh. did I read
Is it
this
like a
wrong?
financial clerical
No.
you're talking about? Okay.
No, I'm good.
Do you have it right there? Do you know what it is?
No, I gotta
Okay. All right, well then, can I have a, will you update us all?
Yes.
Okay. Can
I second.
Okay, thank you. That was moved by trustee Hunt, seconded by trustee Wong. All in favor?
Aye.
I too vote aye. Thank you. That takes us to our action item, approval of the second interim financial report for the 2024-2025 fiscal year. Monique Salvo, our Chief Business Officer. Welcome back with Billy.
Hello again. This evening, I'm joined by our Director of Fiscal Services, Billy Duba, to present the second interim financial report. This will be a shared conversation, a shared presentation. Next slide. During this presentation, we will review the legal requirements related to the second interim, core messages from this report, and summary of the second interim, and then summarize all of the information shared, and then our next. So of course, this is financial, so it aligns with every aspect of our strategic plan. Next. And our strategic priorities. I'm going to try to take over. Okay, fantastic. And then we always share our annual budget cycle. We are nearing the end of the budget cycle, but as we all know, it continues. It's cyclical. There are 4 steps in the legal requirements for budgets. The first is making sure that we are evaluating our revenues and expenses from July through the end of January. Then we ask for the board to approve the budget. It's reviewed by the County Office of Education, and then it's submitted to the Superintendent of Public Instruction. So what are our core messages? We certify budgets 3 ways: positive, qualified, or negative, and we're happy to share that we are certifying this budget as positive, meaning based upon our projections, we believe that we'll be able to meet our fiscal obligations this year and the next 2 years. We wanted to take a moment to review our enrollment. So on this slide, you have the 2 bars. The green bar was our projection at our first interim for enrollment. The blue bars are updated projections for enrollment, and you'll notice there is a pretty drastic change. That's because we have our most recent enrollment and demographic study information that we received in February. And so we are seeing now that we expect our enrollment to be higher than we originally thought, and to remain steady. Let's talk a little bit about our funding. So we are funded on the number of students, the average number of students who attend school every single day, called our ADA. The blue bars is our actual ADA, the actual number of students that come. The yellow portion of that bar is what we're funded on. So we have the opportunity to be funded on the current year ADA, the prior year ADA, or the average of the past 3 years. Knowing that about 93.8% of our students come to school every day, we do that, or we have a calculator that does that calculation, and you'll see that most of the time we're funded higher than our actual ADA, which is a great position for us because our enrollment over the years has been declining, thus our ADA was declining, but as we move forward with a more stable and a higher enrollment, we think that our funding will be able to rise in 26, 27. So now I'm going to pass it to Billy Duba to provide an overview and a more detailed summary of the report.
Thank you. Okay, second interim report summary. Got it. Okay, we're gonna start with the unrestricted part of our budget. As you remember, our budget's split in 2 halves. We have an unrestricted side and a restricted side. our unrestricted budget. These are a couple of the major changes. Our revenue, we adjusted slightly. Our LCFF, our local control funding formula revenue changes based on our projections for ADA and enrollment for the year. And our anticipated revenue from our banking interest. We receive interest on the money that we have with the county treasurer. So we decreased our projected revenue for that based on what we received for the year and what we anticipate receiving throughout the rest. Our expenses, we went through the budget, adjusted our the budget we have set up for our salaries and our benefits based on people leaving, people joining the district, how much we're spending on substitute costs and overtime costs. So we're trying to match our budget to what our actuals are and what we think we need for the rest. We also did the same thing with our supply and services budgets. We're just coming through the budget, see what we spent, what we plan on spending, and making sure the budget matches that. Other changes, our special ed contribution actually went down a little bit this time as we are identifying other sources of money that can be used to help with the special education costs. This is what those numbers look like. The first column is the description. Second column is the first interim. That's where our budget was through October 31st. Then we have our second interim column, which is where our budget is now through January 31st. And then the impact that the change from October 31st to January 31st has on our budget. Just as you can see, the revenues have gone down by $189,000, which is a negative impact to our budget. Expenses have gone down by $389,000, which gives us an increase in surplus by $200,000. Total sources and other uses, that's the line that includes transfers out to the restricted budget. So transfers out to special education, transfer out to the restricted side for our restricted routine maintenance, our maintenance budget. And that's where you would also see the transfer out to Fund 17 for our budget stabilization. That total row has improved for the district by $408,000, which gives us a net increase to our fund balance of $608,000 since where we thought we would be at the end of October, giving us an ending fund balance of $16,529,000 as of January 31st. At the other side of our budget, the restricted side, revenue changes. So we true up our revenue to match what we're going to receive for the year. The CDE, the California Department of Education, adjusts our allocations based on certain certification times, and it was just certified in February for our first period of the year. So we adjust our revenue to match what we're going to receive now. With expenses, we did the same thing as we do on the unrestricted budget. We match our salaries and benefits to the people in the positions. We go through and look at substitute costs, overtime costs, and get the budget matched to what we're gonna end up at the end of the year. This is set up the same way as the unrestricted one was. First column is description. Second column was the first interim budget. That's where we were at the end of October. Second interim is where we're at now through January 31st. And then the impact to the budget. So the decrease in the revenue for the restricted side is $165,000, but the expenses decreased by almost $3 million, which gives us a positive change of $2.78 million in surplus for the restricted budget. The contribution from unrestricted, the $16.8 million is the new contribution that is needed for the restricted programs from the unrestricted side, and that is for the special education program and for the restricted routine maintenance. The impact for that budget is $408,000. So our restricted fund balance is actually increased by $2.3 million, up to $14.8 million. Where at first interim it was 12.4. Multi-year projections. These are a few of the main things we consider when we write multi-year projections. The new multi-year projection is based on the new enrollment information that when he just shared with us slides ago. We also incorporate the governor's January budget update, the new COLAs that are proposed. We look at what grants are expiring and make sure we remove those expenses from the budget. And our ending fund balance, right now, the expenses are still exceeding our revenue, though it's starting to look a lot better. This is what that multi-year projection looks like. This is just on the unrestricted Fund 1 budget, general fund budget. First column is the description. Second column is 24-25, that's our current year, and that's where we're at through January 31st. Those are the same numbers I just shared. And then you have next year, 25-26, and then 2 other years past that. Our ending fund balance right now for 24-25 looks like it's going to be a 10.8%. In the out years, it goes down to a 9.2% by 27-28. Those are all still above the required 6%. 3% is the state law, and then 3 additional % required by the board. We also have a row that shows the budget stabilization contribution. In 24-25, the current year, we transferred out $16.25 million to Fund 17 that left the general fund, went to Fund 17, the fund that's designed for a special reserve for purposes such as budget stabilization. And if all things remain as they are, we receive the same revenue and same expenses. In the future years, we won't require a contribution back to Fund 1 from 17 of that budget stabilization in order to stay above the 6. But as you can see in the net increase and decrease line, current year, we're decreasing the fund balance by $12.8 million. That is going down in future years, but is still negative, meaning we're still spending more than we're receiving in every. Reserve for economic uncertainty. I just said this district requires a 6% reserve. 3% is the state law. 3 additional % required by the board. In the current year, 6% reserve is $9.1 million. Average monthly personnel costs in the current year are just over $8 million. So a 6% reserve will cover just over 1 month salaries, personnel costs. In summary, we're looking at budget refinement. So we're going to continue going through the budget, getting our actuals and budget met by the end of the year. We're considering all the expiring grants and how we're going to address those expenses in the future, all the people, programs, and projects that are funded through the expiring grants. And then deficit spending, as I just said, it's improving, but it's still negative, so we're still advising caution. Our next steps, tonight we're here to request approval of the second interim report. We're going to continue to assess revenue expenses to stabilize the budget. We're still going to establish and meet with budget advisory committees. In May, the governor will have his budget, or may revise, and we'll incorporate that information into next year's budget, and then we'll finalize 25-26 budget during the budget development. This is the annual budget cycle. The next step is the governor's budget revision, and then we will move to the adopted budget in June. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I believe we have a public comment. Oh, maybe we don't. I might have mixed up what we had public comments. Do we have any public comments? Okay. Sorry, I try to keep track of what you tell me has public comment. Okay. All right, we've moved on. All right, no public comments. Board comments.
I have a quick question. And I may be wrong on this, but I came to a board meeting, I think it was back in November of last year, and we didn't get the opportunity to talk about the COVID positions. Are we going to talk about that for the unrestricted budget? And like, I would really, because I still have people coming to me, but I'm also concerned for my understanding of that as well, and I would like to visit that.
Thank you for that question. In our budget, as Billy had talked about, we have to focus on our expiring grants. Mm-hmm. And so we know that not only have our COVID relief funds expired, but we also have some other grants that we've received over the years. COVID expired, and then we are funding our COVID-funded positions, our positions that we paid for with COVID funds, with other grant funding that expires in June of 26. The expenses for those grants are removed from the 26-27 budget. And so through our conversations with our budget advisory committee, we'll have conversations with teachers and parents, our labor partners, staff, to provide information to us to help to then bring to you to help to make decisions about those positions and or what services we would need to adjust because we need to balance our budget. So that will be coming forth to you soon.
And the budget committee, my allergies are jacking me up today.
It's okay.
The budget committee, what's the timeline on that? My brain is
so an important step in this, and I know we've been talking about it for quite some time, we needed to see the second interim. And so we are looking at our board policy to say, okay, what does that look like? And in the coming weeks, we're going to be talking with our labor partners because we want them to be part of the conversation on designing the budget advisory committee so that we can form that committee. Our goal is to have a minimum of one meeting this year. It's likely that meetings will go into next year because we also want to see where we end the year. So in September, we have our unaudited actuals to really know exactly what changes we need to make in the budget. The overall goal is to be able to provide information to you no later than November or December of next year.
Can you just clarify, are you talking about next school year?
Yes.
When you say next year?
The school year.
Okay, thank you.
So
We're talking 2025.
This fall.
Okay.
This fall.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Yes, Trustee Hunt.
Thank you. Okay. I just want to make sure we're thinking the same here. When we look at this slide, actually, Billy, you made a comment that these percentages are what they're projecting if everything remains the same, our revenue and our expenses. In the expenses row, are salary increases accounted in there, or is that based on salaries as they are today, even over the next 4 years?
It's based on the current salary schedules.
Okay.
We make increases through the year for step and column advances.
Okay. But nothing else,
Nothing else.
Okay. So we know it's likely gonna be higher than this. Okay. Can you describe or just explain, well, I guess a part of that is, even though on this slide we show that we won't need to use any of the budget stabilization in 25, 26, 27, et cetera, we likely, this is a question, but do we think we likely will need to use as part of the budget stabilization even as early as next year, the following, to be able to cover those increased expenses that we aren't seeing on this table right now?
Short answer, yes.
Okay.
So I was sharing with some folks earlier this week, I'm trying to figure out the best way to keep explaining a budget. And I thought, oh, it's like a meteorologist, where we have the best information that we have right now. And if conditions change, then the weather changes. We're not fair weather budgets, of course. We have a lot of data to be able to create our projections. But should something change, that's absolutely going to change the outlook for the following years. So if we add any expenses on here that end up affecting our ending fund balance and take that below the required 6% that the board requires, we will need to use our budget stabilization.
Okay. And then looking at our, I think you just put this, but I'm going to ask it a different way just for clarity. looking at our revenue for the upcoming years, if we were needing to use the budget stabilization in any given year, would that end up being shown as a revenue? I'm looking at the attachment, and we don't have it up here, but it's the multi-year projection, the big long spreadsheet. Okay, so we're not showing that we're using any of the budget stabilization over the next 4 years, but we're also not seeing it as an available balance, or maybe we are, and it's tied in another category here. So I guess that's the first question. Is it tied in another category? So when we look at the overall total fund balance at the very bottom, do we see that 16 million included in there somewhere?
You don't.
Okay.
And so that's a great question. A few meetings ago, there was a question, and I was able to reply about our different funds. So we have Fund 01, we have Fund 13, et cetera. And you can think of them as different houses. So in this house, this is the general fund house. And then we have another house, which is Fund 17, which we've talked about, and that is our budget stabilization house. So we have taken 16.25 million at unaudited actuals, you approved that, 16.5 million out of the general fund, out of that house, and put it into the budget stabilization house. Therefore, you would not see it in the general fund budget. You would see it in the budget stabilization budget. Should we transfer money in that line that currently says 0 in the out years, that's where we would put that notation of the transfer in, because it's very important to ensure that we are very explicitly calling out that transfer in, because that's what you designate, the board designated that fund.
So the 6% only has to be in the general fund.
Correct.
Okay, and then there's a number of multiple other funds.
Yes.
It'd be great to see just the other funds, what they are, and kind of those balances in there.
Sure.
And then my last question, I think, the unassigned other. So I see the unassigned that's meant for the 6%. The unassigned other, this year we're showing it projected at 7.3 million. What's that for?
Okay. So for those of you who may not be looking at what Trustee Hunt, clerk? Trustee Hunt, I'm sorry, Hunt is speaking to, our ending fund balance is made up of several components. And in that, it's our cash, it might be, of course, our reserve for economic uncertainties, and then it could be assigned monies. For example, it might be an assignment to our other post-employment benefits. But in the unassigned, it's just that it's unassigned. The board has not assigned a purpose for those funds.
Okay.
In previous years, the board assigned some of the unassigned monies for our technology replacement, to put into deferred maintenance, to put into other post-employment benefits. But at this point, that unassigned of about 7 million, that's there, and it's based upon how the board would want to use it.
And then just to be clear, for the record, that substantially decreases over the next couple of years.
It does.
And without taking into consideration the increases we're going to see in any expense.
Correct.
Thank you so much for
You're welcome.
entertaining my questions.
You're very welcome.
Are there any additional questions?
Oh, the new trustees asked a lot of my questions already, so I think no, that's good, because I think that it's good to actually have the public have fresh eyes, understand kind of what we're looking at when you see the surplus deficit and the details, which the budget advisory has the long sheet on what that means, the impact. I always go through, are we deficit spending?
Yes, we are.
And the other question is that, and I'm not sure it was explicit, and kind of Clerk Castro asked this, is that this also reflects the positions that are dropping off because of the fact that, right? So that is a fair and real conversation about, this does reflect positions going away.
Correct.
Any other? Okay. Yes.
Might it be possible, I mean, I know we're getting the slides, you know, the PowerPoint presentation slides, but when we're getting to the, like, we're really jumping into the budget, would it be possible to like get a printout of that enlarged? Because I don't like switching my glasses in between. I would appreciate that because I was using my little phone, and then trustee saw my struggle and put it up on the big screen for me. It's not really, but compared to my little phone, yes. Just so that way we can kind of have a better understanding as well.
Absolutely.
So that's just my one ask. And then, so today, what I want to make sure I'm clear, we are approving the big chart. Is that what we're doing today, or we're just getting information on on all of this?
So I'll take a couple steps back. With this presentation, we provided more resources than we generally do. Typically, we just have the presentation and then another document that's the narrative that has, you know, a summary, an executive summary at the beginning, and then a whole bunch of technical documents. But we want it to be able to dig a little bit deeper and provide more explanation, so you have those other two documents there. But just like at the first interim, just at the adopted budget, we're asking your approval of the budget. And the other resources, those other documents, are literally resources to provide more detail in a summary form instead of the 186-page
Right, and I'm not
document
asking for
that.
the whole 186 page. I just wanted to visually see
Big
it
one.
like high level.
Absolutely.
This is high level, this is helicopter high. I just want to be two-story building high.
Absolutely.
And kind of, but not into the weeds. I don't need to see the grains of the grass. I just need to be able to, you understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So
I
what
just need
we'll
that
do
big
is we'll
paper.
we'll make sure, and we'll print it on a larger sheet of paper because it's a
boy.
lot of detail.
I'm talking about what.
That's
fine.
Because there are like a lot of pages, so I was just
There
making
are.
sure that we're all in this, what you would like. Okay, any others? All right, well then, can I get a motion?
I'll move to approve, knowing that it will change because there are lots of forecasting meteorologist things that are happening. Because we'll have to adopt another one once we're finished with conversation. So, for the purpose of meeting our statutory obligation and and to be in compliance with state law, I move to adopt.
And I'll second.
Thank you. Moved by trustee Wong, seconded by Vice President Coffey. All in favor?
Aye.
I too vote aye. Thank you. That now takes us to the approval of the joint use agreement between WUSC and the Yolo County Office of Education for the use of the Alice Norman Education Center, again with Monique Stovall, our Chief Business Officer.
Thank you. This evening, I'm asking for your approval of an agreement with the Yolo County Office of Education for them to continue using our Alice Norman campus for their Head Start and Early Head Start programs. So a little bit of background. In 2020, that's when we had our first MOU or agreement with the Yolo County Office of Education to be able to use Alice Norman for their early Head Start. So the littles, even before they come up to us, to be able to operate those programs. They are supporting our students. The students will end up coming to us. That agreement has expired. It actually expired in July of last year. And we had intended to bring it to you, but there were a lot of questions, legal questions, some insurance questions that we really wanted to work through. And so we're bringing it forth to you now. Some key aspects of the agreement is, although it's until June 2026, there is the opportunity to be able to extend it and renew it for 4 years, or even if you prefer 2 years or an additional year. The Yolo County Office of Education will operate 5 full-day Head Start preschool programs, 2 part-day Head Start preschool programs, to early Head Start programs. They'll also use some of our office space, and there's shared facilities like restrooms, etc. So with this agreement, I know that there is a financial impact. That financial impact is an in-kind contribution. So what's an in-kind contribution? An in-kind contribution is the value of the services we provide. For example, we provide custodial, pest control, utilities. And so the total value of those services that we provide to be able to just maintain and keep the lights on at Alice Norman is estimated at about $180,000. Another important aspect that I'd like to share as part of this agreement is that Yolo County Office of Education, in our agreement, will provide professional development for our staff as well, free of charge. So when they have some PD professional development that's of interest to us, then we get the opportunity to participate in that as well.
Are there any public comments? Thank you. Are there any board comments or questions? Okay. Vice President Coffey.
You just mentioned the professional development at no charge. Is there a limit or a cap on the amount of professional development? So if we were to like have something once a week, having Yolo County office come in, they would be willing and able?
We would participate in their professional.
Do we know how much professional development they offer?
I don't. That's a really great question.
Because if they don't offer any professional development, yet they are saying, hey, we'll give you professional development, then that kind of is a moot point.
I will absolutely find out. And I'm curious on how much notification we've been given and how much we participate.
That was my only question
Are there any
at the
others?
moment.
And in
Okay.
the motion when we're ready.
I just have a question, and if you don't know the answer now, then do you have one?
Oh, yeah, I do.
You want me to go first? or
I'll
you
go
wanna
first and
okay,
then you
go ahead.
I do have a question. Is there any of our staff on site at Alice Norman? We do?
Yes, like our food service staff and our janitorial staff. Excuse me, custodial.
And then we still have, they're serving what grades? Pre-K, right?
So they have some infants, and I need support with what Head Start goes up to 4?
Three, 4-year-olds, yeah.
4-year-olds.
Yeah, actually up to 5, but yeah, we have UPK and so. And they provide oh, sorry, she's pointing to me just because I, first 5.
Yes.
Sorry. And they also provide wraparound services, so the early starters, the babies, which we know is challenging for parents of certain income levels to find care. But they also do a holistic wraparound, home visit, all of that in the Head Start and early Head Start wraparound and education program.
And I'm just asking these questions because I'm not familiar, so I would like
absolutely
better understanding. And so the service, we're paying this already then on site, right?
We don't have a financial exchange, and we haven't had a financial exchange, but it's just the value. So we're operating it already. And so the value of the services that we're providing on an annual basis is $180,000. That's, I would say, our operational costs that are associated with this agreement.
I'm just, so earlier when we were talking about WUVA and they were talking about like exploring different options, would they be able to have space, like if you guys were going to explore that, to have WUVA, the teachers on site there?
That's a great
question.
question.
I'm just throwing that out there because I thought about that when you were doing the presentation or they were doing the presentation. So,
we can explore that.
There is a map on slide 20 of the agreement that just shows, I mean, not that we need to go all into it, but I was thinking about for our own preschool programs and inclusion models, but they're vacant, and I don't know if that's because they're inappropriate for students, as we know, I think 2 of those, trying to remember if they're portables or the old rooms I've been in, but 1, 2, 3, 4. This shows 5 being. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if there are any other questions,
I wanted to
appreciate- yeah,
just
go
bring
ahead.
up a couple of things before you do a motion. Okay. I am supportive of this program because the district did ask
Yeah.
Yolo County to take on this program for us. We used to have it, we were running it ourselves as a district, and there were multiple reasons of challenges of why we asked them to do that. So I support this moving forward, but what I would be interested in, if you don't know it now, that's okay. You can tell us in the future, if we're doing a 1 year, then we can know for the future to consider. But the 60,000, janitorial, the utility cost, when it was our program, and I apologize for not asking this in advance, I try to usually do that, but when it was our program, I wonder, did we have funding per student that captured that money, or did we have to take any money out of our general fund to cover it? I don't remember if it was the fiscal impact of it, and so that would just be my question as we move forward, because maybe we should explore taking the program back in a year or something as we consider these, because it is a significant amount. So I'd be interested in knowing that, maybe for the future, we approve a 1 year, but have that given to.
And the truth is, it's a federal program. So yes, we should probably revisit. And we've had trouble. We had different priorities, right? One of the reasons we also gave back our CSPP, so the state preschool program, because we were never able to effectively implement or fill those slots, and recruit recruit families to fill positions. So in addition to our Head Start funding, which we needed to report to the feds, we also actually gave back to the state of California positions for our preschool. So it's just an interesting conversation to have, because we used to, we ebb and flow and we evolve on what we want to kind of focus on. So it's not just about Head Start. It's actually probably, if we're going to go down that route, we probably have to have a task force about strategic early childhood education writ large. That includes state preschool as part of that conversation. And we have really great folks here. And I know that you were part of Upper West Sac. So these are all things that
we have our
that
state preschool.
we've explored before. And so I would, if we're going to do that, it's not just about Head Start and early Head Start for me. Just kind of from where I sit, it's actually a mix of different funding streams that we should probably bring together and blend and braid. That is something that we are really going to explore. And at the same time, it is a federal program, and just a lot of conversations are happening about the move under, kind of federal government and how they may or may not be supporting this. At what level for the state of California? So, but with that,
And the point for me is that budget piece as well. I agree with you. Obviously, it's about serving our young kids, but the budget piece in terms of does it still make sense for us to do this moving forward in the future, or okay, I can make a motion.
What do you, I think I'm a little confused. You're asking if this 180, the 181, if it's worth this amount, or if it would be less if we were to take it on? I think
No, okay, so my question was, we used to run this program, and we are very grateful that the county took it on. It's an important partnership. I'm in no way talking about that. But I do not recall, the reason that we asked the county to take it on was not just a fiscal reason, there were some other reasons too. So seeing the amount of money that we're talking about for supporting it, my question was, would we be generating that money, for example, like our ADA for our kids, where, they're in a room and we're generating the money that then can pay for the janitorial services and what we need? Is it because we're going now through the county and having the money come back to us that now we're now taking on this additional cost? So I'm just asking, I support this program going forward, but I'd like us to look at this for the future year and just have that conversation so that we're aware.
And this 181, it's very specific, like 9.90 cents. How did you come up with that specific number? Is that just the salary?
Here, it's on page 23.
But that's what I'm saying, like
Didn't they
is
pay
that
for
like
custodial
PG&E
costs before?
already?
They
Sorry,
didn't
I
take
didn't-
on that custodial cost before?
Not that
When we shared the
not
site?
in my time.
Mm.
And so the
Because I can understand.
page 23.
Like, I can understand the janitorial cost, okay, that's how much, and then the maintenance cost, because that's like
something
Operating.
that we
Mhm.
have control over because there's a salary attached to it and whatnot. But what I'm not understanding is utility costs. PG&E, it's been crazy. Are we sure that that's how much it's going to be? Or are we going to be seeing an influx or an increase and whatnot to continue the lights to have it on? Or are we like doing a auto manual shut off at a certain time of the day to prevent? I tell that to my kids. I'm like, you turn off everything, you unplug everything. Like
We lose our license, or they lose our license if that happens to
But I'm
babies.
just saying,
and
what
businesses,
don't turn
though.
off your
preschool children's lights.
No, but I'm just saying in the sense of like, how are you?
No.
My question is like, how are you coming up with that utility cost amount down to the penny
Oh,
for
yeah.
something that is
Adjustable.
projected for the year? So that's what I'm asking.
Absolutely. So our fiscal director, Billy Duba, looked at, Billy's here, he stayed.
There, he's still here. He didn't leave.
Looked at our cost, and just like with our budget, we estimate next year's cost. Down in the paragraph below, it shows that this program uses about 68% of the campus, and so then we applied that percentage to the estimated costs to be able to get to that and 90 cents
Yeah.
calculation.
I was like, man, how they know? Like 90 cents.
The percentage.
Yeah, everything's
Alright.
rounded up, but they didn't round up, so I was kind of trying to figure
Wanted
it
to
out.
be very precise.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That was my one question.
Any more? I'm ready.
We do.
So what I'm hearing is generally, and I think it's consistent with this board, cost benefit analysis of all our
Absolutely.
programming. Again, I would be remiss as where I sit now, of like, this is a good value for our families in terms of early childhood education. It keeps our kids in our districts, incentivizes them to continue TK, et cetera. But that said, I think it's still prudent to actually have cost benefit analysis conversations on everything, especially now since we're kind of talking about budget and programming, and as we prioritize one thing over another. That's just a consistent request from this board I'm hearing, and it's a fair one. And with that, I move.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Moved by trustee Wong, seconded by trustee Hunt. And I just don't want any of our families to think it's at risk of not being supported. It's just what model it's supported. So just to make sure anybody listening, this is not a board that's talking about cutting Head Start.
No. We're
Okay,
not- we're not
and
saying
with that, can, we have a first, we have a second, all approve?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. All right,
Being responsible.
yes,
That's it.
thank you. I appreciate all of you.
Can I
Okay,
make an early motion to move past 10?
Yes, I second.
all in favor?
Aye.
I don't want to be doing that.
You
in the
you
first
only have
place.
three
vote
votes.
aye.
Trustee Hunt.
Approval of amendment number 1 to close out the AC Martin Architects contract for the Westfield Village Modernization Project. Monique Silva, our Chief Business.
Thank you. I'm joined by our Director of Facilities, Dan Banowitz, to present this topic.
Good evening. This is, if you remember back in February of 2022, the board approved the contract for AC Martin Architectural for the architectural and design services for the Westfield Village Modernization Project. That initial contract was $1,957,500. We are now requesting the approval of amendment number 1, which covers additional services that happen throughout the construction of the project. So this is made up of 3 different additional service requests, or ASRs. ASR number 1 for $12,250 covered the structural engineering for unforeseen dry rot. So as we started getting into the project and started finding the dry rot, some of it had to go through the Division of State Architects, so we have to use their design services for that. ASR number 2 for $34,490. It's included a couple things, is graphic design and wall graphics that were put into the new PE building and through the administration office. And it also, for changes that we changed the book room into the STEM office, and then we also took what was going to be the STEM classroom, and we put the wall in between to make it the 2 different special education classrooms. So that's what that ASR was covering. And then ASR number 3 for $13,650 was for extra fees with the Division of the State Architect for all this other things that we did. So this is what happens with the big projects. We have extra work that happens, and then we as we're going, we need their services to do that. So we've, as the part of the process is my team and also our program management team, we go through these to make sure that they're accurate and that we're getting charged correctly. So we've done all of that, and we've confirmed the work is all completed in accordance with our specifications and DSA requirements. So this amendment is for $60,390, which would bring the total contract amount to $2,017,890. This would all be paid and funded from the Westfield Village Modernization Design Contingency Fund.
Okay, are there any public comments? Okay, any board questions or comments? No?
I appreciated the photos, and the breakdown of what it was for. I was able to read through all that and look at it.
All right, then can I get a motion?
I'll move.
All right, moved by Clerk Castro, second, and sorry, you're too late by Trustee Wong. All in favor? I too vote aye.
Thank you.
Yes. Have a good evening. Okay, and that now takes us to the approval of the out-of-state job fair hosted by the University of Nevada in Reno, Nevada, and that's with Shay Borges, our Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
Getting good.
Good evening, trustees. I'm here to seek approval for WSD to participate in the Education, Healthcare, and Helping Professionals career at the University of Nevada, Reno on Wednesday, April 9th. This is specifically to help recruit for our speech, language, and pathologists, SLPs. Currently, we have 4 vacancies. We went to a job fair a couple weeks ago, also recruiting, and this is where we learned of this event. We will be sending to, just so a little bit of background, SLP credentialing programs are not offered everywhere. So there's few universities that offer, so that's why we want to go there. We'll be sending 2 staff members. The event starts in the morning, so we'd send them overnight, travel reimbursement for that, and then be able to come back the next day.
Thank you. Are there any public comments? Okay, are there any board comments or questions?
I have one. So are we sending our best recruiters out? I'm being serious.
I am. I'm sending Maria from my team, who is amazing at it, and she keeps sending me pictures. They're down at Cabo right now, looking for our DI program, and so she keeps sending me screenshots of our booth, and we get a lot of business just because of how they're doing it and how they're talking. So everybody's been really excited. So she's going, and then we're working with Carla on her team to see who can also go and support and speak directly to the role.
I just wanted to make sure that we're sending our best and our brightest to have them want to bring some over.
Mhm.
Okay. That is. I know.
We only have. I know.
I'm a bright knight.
All right, can I get a motion? Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you. Moved by Vice President Coffey, seconded by Trustee Hunt. All in favor?
Aye.
I too vote aye. Thank you. And that now takes us to the approval of the out-of-state conference for Show Me Seminar, April 2nd, 5th, 2025 in Kansas City, Missouri. Autry Street, the Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services, as we are serenaded by Trustee Wong. I don't know if they can all, oh, actually, maybe they can't all hear your singing.
Good evening again. So I'm asking for your approval so that one of our River City teachers who's in charge of working with students on producing a yearbook for the student body to participate in a professional learning opportunity in Missouri in April next week. And the financial impact is $600 to the district because the vendor is covering the majority of the costs.
Can you, are there any public comments? Can you remind us, it says fiscal impact, but what budget it comes out of?
LCAP professional learning funds. Yes. And sorry that we didn't include that in the rationale.
Okay.
Quick comment.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I just wanted to say on the record that I fully support any out-of-state travel, especially if it's for professional development. It's part of our strategic plan, I think. Pillar C.
Yes.
Someone help me? Okay.
It's,
And then I just wanted to, this is for a teacher, correct?
yes, one
Thank you.
teacher. Yes, thank you.
And it's even better when it's basically free.
$600.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll move.
Thank you. Moved by Clerk Castro,
Second.
seconded by Vice President Coffee. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Two vote aye. Okay, thank you. Now it takes us
Thank
to item
you.
6, the approval of out-of-state conference for Broadway Teachers Workshop, July 11th to 14th, 2025, in New York, New York. Audrey Streeter, Assistant Superintendent.
Thank you again. And this is a kind of routine item for today you met our CTE Department Chair, Chris Hanks, to attend a Broadway workshop in the summer, July 11th through the 14th. And the fiscal impact is, let me see, $3,710, and it would be funded through the Career Technical Education Incentive Grant. And it supports LCAP goal number 5.
Okay.
And
Any
again, just
public-
one teacher.
Any
A
public
teacher, okay.
comment? Okay, any board?
I do.
comments,
I have
questions?
one.
Yes.
So Mr. Hank went, so I'm assuming it's Mr. Hank.
Yes,
Okay, and he went last time to this same, or was it the same?
it's an
some
annual,
annual
yes.
thing?
Mhm,
Okay.
conference.
And when he went to that last time, I'm sure he came back with amazing things because clearly we have an amazing group of thespians. Is there some way that we can also kind of get like some like feedback of what it was that he learned? And I mean, I know I kind of been asking about that kind of
You
stuff.
have,
And so it would be really nice to know where our investments are going. And yes, I can see that we're having like the production, but it's more of like, well, what did you learn while you were there? Because I'm seeking knowledge, and I want to make sure that I just want to know what's going on.
yes.
I mean, I want to go to New York, but I want to learn a little bit. And if I can't go there, bring a little bit that to me to show me what has happened and what has been going on. That makes sense. Give me a summary. I don't
Yes,
care.
we
just
do owe
something.
you an exec summary of a compilation of our professional learning experiences for the year.
Yeah.
And we will be sure to include this one
Okay.
from last summer as part of it for this year.
Okay.
On practice then, if it's an executive summary, that might be a good practice and that we should follow too as board trustees is, maybe as you look at what this looks like for you all, because we don't want it to be cumbersome in a box check, but if something, of writing something meaningful, maybe some highlights is probably good.
Would be nice because I mean we're funding. I don't want to say.
Well,
we're
this one
funding.
is grant funded. I just
It
want to give a
is.
I
shout
mean-
out to how well he utilizes the
Yeah.
CTE grant
I'm not
because
saying-
he's
but
really good at it.
I'm not saying that we're giving the money. I'm just saying like we're saying yes, go do this and go out and be prosperous, and then come and show me some of your nuggets. Like I want to know. I'm a lifelong learner, and this is what I want. I want to learn more.
Do you want to send
Thank
him
you.
and make a motion to approve?
Yes, on a
Okay.
move.
All right, moved by Vice President Coffee,
I second.
second by Trustee Wong. All in favor?
Aye.
I do vote aye. Now we're at 7, approval of the physical education exemption for juniors and seniors who've met exemption requirements. And, welcome,
Yes.
again with Audrey Streak, Assistant
Yes.
Superintendent, and welcome.
So one of our last 2 standing directors, Director Brittany Billingsley, will share this item with you.
Good evening, trustees. We are here seeking approval for the physical education exemptions for juniors and seniors. These are juniors and seniors who have met the exemption requirements, which is the 2 years of physical education as 9th and 10th graders. And the reason for them seeking exemption from continuing PE is because it does take a period of their schedule. And so many of the students are exploring other opportunities of electives such as CTE pathways, and our VAPA Performing Arts.
Okay, are there any public comment? Are there any board questions or comments?
I just find it funny not want, I find other ways. My niece is one of them, so that's why I find it funny. She does dance.
Dance is athletic.
It is.
It is athletic.
Emotion.
Okay.
Second.
All right, moved by Vice President Coffey, seconded by Trustee Wong. All in favor?
Aye.
I too vote aye. Thank you. Drive
I don't want to
safely.
be physical therapists. Can't exclude them.
Dr. H, back on camera. Oh, do you have something to say, Dr.? Oh, Dr. H, you're presenting.
Yeah, this is our board governance, our second read and adoption of the governing board governance handbook. Dr. Hildreth.
Thank you, President Kirby Gonzalez and trustees. We are bringing back the governance handbook that has been reviewed by the governance handbook committee. And then at previous meetings, we brought back the recommendations. And since that time, we've had some trustees who gave us some additional feedback that is listed. And so we wanted to ask the board if you are in agreement with adding the feedback from our trustees. We can then add that, and that would be part of the official handbook for 2025.
Great. So on practice, should we just pull up our summary of governance feedback? Does that sound good for the trustees to just look at that? And the first one is about, do you mind if I go through them? Does that seem like
No,
an
we
okay
don't.
process? Okay. So the first one, just meeting expectations, that was on page 10, that we are discreet in checking cell phones when necessary, but we are, to be clear for the public, we're prohibited from texting one another up here or the public on any matters on the agenda. And so I think the comment and feedback is regarding family emergencies, add a note of understanding regarding families. I think when we looked at this, we were thinking if you're discreet when checking when necessary, that may be allowed for it. I don't know if my family emergency was tonight. It was my daughter making sure I signed her up for a field trip. Wasn't really a family emergency, but sometimes our kids, that does happen to all of us. So, yes, yeah. And so I don't know if we want to call out family emergency or if we just want to maybe make it more clear. We'll be discreet in checking cell phones, when need with parental obligation. I don't know what people are thinking there.
The wondering comes is sometimes the public looks and sees that we were looking at our phones, honestly. And so it's just kind of not necessarily cover, but if this is public saying, hey, sometimes it might be, discreet. And for example, maybe family emergency.
Or family needs.
Family need, whatever it
Maybe
is.
or
but, just
personal needs.
Because I've
family
received
needs.
comments for years, not necessarily this board, of we can all tell that you're texting, and there's a belief sometimes that certain board members
That's why I
are
was
texting
like,
each
I'm
other.
showing you, I'm looking at.
Right.
And I think there has
But-
been, and there
but you
has
don't
been a
have to feel
time.
like,
Yeah,
we
and there
should
has
do
been
that.
a time, in the past where, maybe not all the board members understood that, how we came through and the technology, there's some new laws that change around it, but it is definitely prohibited. So maybe trustees will be discreet in checking cell phones.
For example, just so that the
Yeah,
public is
for
very clear that
example,
we're
when
not,
checking on
yeah.
family needs.
urgent or family needs. Yeah, for example, it's a for example, which doesn't. Yeah. For new trustee coming on
That sound
board.
good? For example, family needs.
Yeah.
Is that enough of an example? You don't want to call it out, like, for example, what's for
Family
dinner when
emergency,
you're
family
coming
needs.
home?
It's just it's for an example.
Okay.
It's not, comprehensive, but
Sure.
it gives the public an example or a
Okay.
new trustee who comes on board, like, hey, don't.
Perfect. So, when necessary, period. For example, family needs or emergencies,
Yep.
period. The board is prohibited from texting. Would that work?
Yeah.
Okay. Does that sound good, Mario? Listen? Okay. All right, the next one, adding about possibly the Brown Act. This is about the meeting expectations. This came from, we did have a situation in the past where we were having a very hard time sometimes even having a quorum, or we had really a board member who had missed many meetings, and it was a challenge to have the business done. So this is not reflective of anyone here, but
so that we can, have this in our handbook that we are expected to be here. The suggestion was to add something about the remote participation under the Brown Act, and it would be great to align this with the current state statute. So if we want to put that there, anybody have any questions about adding the state
And for
statute?
transparency, for half a year, we didn't realize that, for a whole year, when when I had been participating for 6 years, 7 years remotely, all of a sudden we actually misinterpreted the Brown Act. And I was told I couldn't participate, and so that became a thing. So being really clear, especially for new board members, what remote, it is legal and it is actually participation. So dropping that in, I think, would provide clarity about what that is. And also if you're on state or federal business. So all of those exemptions about participation, I think, would provide clarity for new members, right? Because otherwise people assume like, oh, they're just being willy-nilly.
Well, and I think for board members to understand too, that you need to, if you're participating under that piece of the law remotely, Brown Act, that you need to give notice in time for publication of their address. When do you not? When is it emergency? During rules for if you were sick home.
I think those are still exist. So all those just need to be dropped in.
Are there any questions or concerns about adding in just the legal requirements and what that looks
I just comment, I would have had a perfect attendance.
I know.
You could have.
My first year. Just throwing it in there.
Okay, then let's get that. Does that sound good, Maria? We'll just add it straight from.
And I would just ask Marie what that looks like in the
Yeah,
references.
she has it for us. It's a little long. Maybe we can condense it a little bit. But I know she's
condense
provided
it.
it to us.
As long as if you're condensing it,
seen
it
it.
doesn't take away from the meaning and what it says, then I think you're fine. But
Okay.
I don't know what it's. I mean, it'll be
Yeah, it gives
Or-
a different.
or if it's statute or law, just have it reference
Yeah.
this piece.
Yeah, let's see how long it is then, and that will help us.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Absent seeing it, I don't know how long it is.
Yeah, it was a couple, but we do. Okay, and then the next one about our modest stipend and salaries. And then the question here is about a student board member money or credit.
Yes.
And I think that, what do you all think about this? Seems like
I think it's either not, and again, we don't hand this to student board members, but it's a law change that allows us to compensate monetarily or with credit student board members. Again, not necessary, it's just something.
I like the option of some sort of credit, whatever that may be in terms of their credits they need.
I think this would be a really good question maybe for maybe June to have with our students or our student board members to have some conversations with them too around that and what it looks like if you have a credit, then what's the expectation? I know in other districts, and I think it was on my piece to talk about for board governance in the future, is possibly shifting, because right now we have student board members who are reading information that's been given to them. Not that it's not meaningful, it is, but it becomes, sometimes it feels like more of a reading ability as you're listening than it is about them giving their own voice. And so there's been a couple times where I'm like, gosh, we're not really hearing our student voice. Instead, it almost feels like a deficit mindset a little bit when they're reading something that somebody else wrote that might be challenging. So I would like to get to a place where the students, and I have seen it before, it's really, fun, it's where, hey, this is what the students at my school are saying, and they give a report kind of like we all do in the other words, like a 3-minute report on what the students, I think that would be great. And then the idea of how late, I don't think we need to keep them so late with homework, but what does that look like if you're going to earn credit? Because it can't be maybe just 10 minutes and going, you participate. So maybe this is a question that we put a hold on for us, but we have those conversations happening with student board members.
And again, it was just planting a seed for
I think
consideration.
it's a good one.
But not.
Yeah.
Yeah, they mentioned it at
Good idea.
at CSBA that they were giving their student board credits towards I don't even know if it was college credit, but it was something, and it was pretty much to help them, I think, like their civic studies of some sort. They're civil, but yeah, I agree, and also agree it should not be just 3 minutes. Say your report back from their
All right, so we can have then Dr. Hildreth's staff connect with the students maybe and explore that.
With you
Okay.
about like, do they want with compensation change, all of that?
Yes, I've asked Director Flores to engage. I know that that is something that the students, our current board members have been talking about, of what they learned at CSBA, going for the first year and learning what other districts are doing. And so they spend a lot of time listening to what other districts are doing, and some of them have their own like student council that reports to the student body so that they can really share that perspective. So I believe the plan, and I will confirm, is for them to work over some things over the summer, because also at least at River City, there will be a new student leadership. They had some changes this year, so someone to lead that work, but that is something that the student board members are interested in doing.
Okay, the next item is individual board members' requests for information, and this is about the board directing all requests for information and records to the superintendent, who makes a direction to staff. There's a comment about saying something about how it pertains to our own students. So I would say the board will direct all requests for information and records, maybe comma, excluding their own children, comma, to the superintendent, because then you can ask for records at your school. Does that sound okay to everyone? So we don't have to ask Dr. Hildreth for our child's report card that we lost or something.
I was like, wait, I'm so
You'd be like,
confused.
what do you mean?
Yeah.
Right?
I was
Yeah.
totally reading.
So with the
Right.
exception of their own,
I didn't realize.
their own child. Yeah, okay. All right, then the next one, this is. This one then continues with board members as parents. When communicating with staff, board members should make it clear they are acting as a parent, not a board member. Board members should make it clear they're acting. It almost says when communicating with staff about their child, board members should make it clear that they are acting as a parent and not a board member. Individual board members must not request, expect, or require special consideration for their children due to their. And then the comment was made that thinking about, could we expand on this, because it seems as great. Does anyone have any thoughts on that?
I think it makes sense to add that when communicating with the staff about your student.
About your. Yeah, I'm talking.
Although it's pretty clear in the title of the
Yeah, it is under
section,
the
board member
title.
as parent.
Yeah.
So
I do find that sometimes our staff might make comments, sometimes just so you all know. You might, say something maybe off the cuff, like a joke of like, oh, your child could do this. And I've said, before, nope, no special treatment here. So sometimes you do have to give those, even if it's just in jest, somebody saying it. But just to remind them, like, if anything, my kids go last, not. And so I've always been okay just saying I'm a parent right now and stopping if that happens. So I don't know what this would look like if we added language, if somebody has suggested language, I don't know. I don't know if anyone has actual suggested language.
I don't
Just
even see
more
what
like.
I don't
for
know.
example. I love like, again, as new board members.
Well, for me, and I will say this, I never felt that this was a gray area. I asked my superintendent, when I talk to her, I say, I'm talking to you right now as a parent. I need to know the steps that I would need to take in order to make sure that this gets done. So I don't, as a trust, because I do have multiple hats, I want to make sure that I'm doing it appropriately. So I've gone to her regarding how to do those steps, sure that I am not crossing any of those boundaries. I never felt that this was a gray area. It's pretty clear that you do not get special treatment. Just, don't be doing that.
And you got over
And now, not really.
Is this like the MESA competition?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh.
Things like that. Like, they're just specific
Well, in that case, they didn't
examples.
let you in the door. You should have. 'cause
And they
you were-
wouldn't
That's
have
totally
been-
different.
Yes,
In that
but
case, you
do
could have
do you
gone
know
as
what I
your
mean?
board member hat. I don't know what the examples would, maybe if you want to craft some ideas or share.
like
'cause
it. I don't have any ideas.
I don't
that
have
could
any
think
And
idea.
of.
if you're, as new board members, do you feel like you understand the direction of saying I'm here as a parent, or do you think we need to? How do you feel?
I think it's clear. I mean, right? You're either participating as a parent or as a board member, and it's very different circumstances. So, I mean, it was clear for me when we went through this the first time. But, right, as President Kirby Gonzalez said, if there's specific examples we want to throw in there that you want to outline, I wouldn't be opposed. But
Like,
But then they broke.
basketball. Anyways, or we can leave it as.
I think for past practices, though, they were reminded by the board president that they must not make requests except, this comment here.
mm-hmm.
And then, but if you,
No, I'm not a hill to die on.
okay. The
I'm
next
not on
one,
that hill.
I promise you, talk to our kids' teachers. We're doing a good job.
It's not a hill. It's not a hill to die on.
Okay.
It's just, I don't want to pass
Yeah, anything.
energy. You,
Yeah.
Sarah.
Each board.
I think if we just make it board policy in the sense of the president sets the expectation of what this is in the beginning, I think it'll be clear.
Board member standards of behavior and code of conduct. This is about signing the Form 700, and the comment was to just show that it is not the district's requirement, although the district collects them. So maybe each board member shall sign the FPPC required annual statement. What if it says something like
Wait,
that?
there's two. Which one are we looking at? Where?
Oh, sorry, I'm on page.
Because we,
Oh, I skipped one.
yes, okay.
Oh, sorry. Okay, we'll go back. Board member standards of behavior of code of conduct. Anytime 2 or 3 board members are gathered to discuss district business, it's considered a meeting which must comply with RAC. Can we add the code to reference? Like, you have a problem with that? Okay. All right. Yes, we can add the code. All right, now back to the next one. If so each board member shall sign and then just calling out the FPPC.
That if we have a
form.
Yes. It's on somebody. Oh, I know we don't.
And that form for 700, the Form 700, for those of you who don't know, is the form that you report like gifts. And they have to be over.
I need to file by April 1st.
How much do they need to be? Well, I don't have any gifts. so we usually don't have any gifts. People don't love giving board members.
Above 50.
We're not getting a ton of tickets. If somebody gave you, for example, is your role, 5 tickets to the A's game because they're here now, say, hey, let's give the school board 5, then you would have to put that on the. Yeah, or if they took you to a dinner. So dinner, any of that, all under $50, and you don't report. As soon as it goes over, you have to put on this form and say who it was. And then adding the 4 agreements here. And that is the 4 agreements. Is that from our time with Nicole Anderson? Yeah. Do you know what those are, Mario?
If they're the ones, I think it be impeccable with your word. Do not take anything personal. Don't make assumptions. I mean, those are the 4 agreements, huh?
But that's the
for the ones that
like stay
yeah.
uncomfortable.
Is that a
Right,
completely
stay
different?
engaged.
Stay engaged. Yes.
Not the book. Oh, my bad. There's
experience
different.
It's not like, well, you must
I
have
know
won
which
some
one.
award in school for like memorizing whatever that was.
Speak your truth.
If
Yeah.
well, Sorry, I will reference the 4 agreements that Nicole Anderson
H is
shared.
speaking.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Dr. H is
I
speaking.
think it is stay engaged, experience discomfort, speak your truth, and accept non-closure.
I think the board member who requested this should have had to say them.
I don't know who that was. It was the third board member. But yes, since we talked about it at our retreat,
Yeah.
The ones I said is a really good book, by the way.
it is a good
It
book.
is. Sounds
but those
good.
aren't the ones we talked
All
about.
right, that takes us through. So do you feel good about all those changes and any questions? Everybody feel good about that? Yep. All right, so now that's going to take us to our board superintendent comment. Oh, second read and adoption. Do we want to adopt it or do we want to just see it with those?
Yeah, I thought we had to see it with the
Yeah, we
changes.
should see what the part. that I have.
Yeah.
That's true. Okay, I'm just reading the second read and adopt. That's why I was.
I was
So we're going to
ambitious-
not adopt it tonight.
I
and
was
we're gonna
ambitious
bring it
with
back
the
with
request and
changes.
hope that we could, but I can bring it back next
Yeah,
meeting with these
I was
changes.
ambitious.
Let's do that, and we won't, I don't think we're gonna need to talk about it, I don't just, unless there's. Okay, so now that takes us to Dr. Hildreth, your board superintendent comments.
Thank you, trustees. Going to keep my comments brief, knowing that we're going to be continuing our meeting in closed session. But I do want to really thank all trustees for your leadership and your support, especially with what is happening in the country, but your willingness to focus on kindness and inclusion and being the face of our equity principles and the core values in our strategic plan. Just really, really grateful. It means a lot to me, the staff, and I know we've even received some feedback from students because we have to be the role models. And so your willingness to be visible as a role model, I just want to say thank you publicly for that. Also recently, we hosted a Know Your Rights immigration information session last week at Westfield Village. And though we did not have attendance, it was lower than we had hoped, but we do understand that many families are hesitant to participate in in-person events due to concerns about immigration enforcement. So despite the challenges, the session was highly informative and provided some valuable insights to those who were able to attend. They were able to get direct access from subject matter experts and given information that was very helpful. So we will continue to share resources and provide opportunities to give our families and our community information that is very valuable and keeping them up to date. I also want to highlight and acknowledge all of our staff at River City High School because on Monday and Tuesday of this week, they implemented a series of anti-racism lessons designed to promote understanding, empathy, and inclusivity among our students. And the lessons were developed in response to some recent incidents of hate speech, which do not reflect the values that we all uphold as a community. And so key highlights from those lessons were about creating a safe space, having empathy and courage, emotional management, and parental involvement. And I had the opportunity to visit classes on Monday and see all of the teachers leading those lessons, and our students were participating and really taking it seriously. So really appreciate the courage that it took for everyone to engage in those conversations, but they were much needed. Lastly, I want to remind our community that WUSD is hosting a series of town hall meetings to discuss school safety and the potential implementation of a resource officer program or what that might look like. So the dates are April 1st for classified staff will be in person at the district office. April 2nd for certificated staff at the district office, and April 3rd in person for parents, and it will be at River City High School. And then for our classified, for our virtual meetings, April 7th, we'll have a virtual meeting for classified staff at 4 p.m. and certificated staff virtually at 5. And then on April 9th, we will have a virtual parent meeting at 6 p.m. And so the town halls are the opportunity to provide our community to share some additional thoughts. We know we've had feedback from the survey that we are going to gather that feedback, and this gives another opportunity for those who want to engage differently. It will be facilitated by our safety consultant who has been working with us over the last 2 years. And the town halls and the conversation has been a collaboration between the district and West Sac Police PD. So looking forward to those. And that's it for me for this evening.
Okay, thank you so much. Trustee Hunt.
Thank you. I got to attend the River City High School Coffee with Parents earlier this week, and they did a really great drug education lesson for the parent. Drug prevention, kind of what's out there right now that our students are using more. I think, I mean, as a parent, I went as a board member, but sat and listened as a parent. There's a lot of information I didn't know. I think it would be really valuable to hold these discussions across the district, definitely at all of our high schools, but I think more importantly at our middle schools, offer that same presentation or something similar to all of our parents, or maybe we do one district-wide depending on availability and things like that. In talking to, the organization was Steering Straight, I believe, and they mentioned that in the past they used to do programs at our middle schools. They'd come into the middle school classrooms and they would all get, currently they're just doing it at the high school. So I'd like to explore the option of bringing this sort of education into middle school classrooms. I think, you know, we know a lot of drug use starts earlier than high school. So I also got to pop in some of the anti-racism lessons. And I echo what Dr. Hildreth said. It was really special to see the engagement in the classroom and even from our teachers. It was a really cool experience. So thank you. I know it was uncomfortable for many of our teachers, I'm sure. But every classroom we walked into, you know, they were really pushing their students to get out of that comfort zone and have these hard discussions, which I know we all agree needs to happen. I think it was earlier this month we saw a draft for a potential policy on vaping. I think at some point. So I didn't know if we could expect to talk about that soon as a group, and maybe implement or update the current policy. I know I see that next board meeting we're going to get a safety update or an update on school safety. After listening to the conversation a couple weeks ago, or maybe more recently, that the city council had on the support of an SRO and kind of the realistic timeline of that, I'd like to hear what the district is doing now to look at potential other solutions. We know one SRO is not the answer to school safety and doing a lot of the things we want to do. We acknowledge that. But I'd just like to understand what else is being discussed and looking at potentially implementing in addition to the SRO. You know, we've heard additional resources in terms of staffing or, you know, this drug education type thing like that. And I think we saw this recently, and it reminded me today when we saw the salary comps on the screen. I just think it's important to acknowledge that when we're looking at salary comps, that we're comparing equitably among positions, education levels, right? We need to be comparing apples to apples when we're comparing ourselves to other districts, and not to a staff member with a BA versus a staff member with a doctorate degree. We know that pay is going to change or be different. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Wong?
Am I on? Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. I'm on. I'm gonna promise I'll keep it short, and I just wanted to provide updates on the two subcommittees we had yesterday. Vice President Coffey and I had the honor and privilege of being at the county school district 2x2, and I think there's a lot of things in the air right now when we were just really honest about the things that are in the ether, and I was really heartened by, you know, the things that we were planning, and the Supervisor Vegas was like, we need to continue to plan because we're not going to live in fear, right? If we're talking about services and supports for our students on campus, let's still continue to plan because we don't know what we don't know. When we committed to caring, when there is real impact, to talk to each other about how that will impact our communities. What I also appreciated is that we have to be honest, right? If there's less, we have to do less, and we have to just be honest about if that comes to fruition or pause or whatever that is, so that the public is fully aware of how we're working in those. The update from the 2x2, and I'm sure Vice President Coffey will fill in where I may have missed. The second one is that we had a facility subcommittee, and which provided an update on Elkhorn Village, and that's coming back to us on April 10th. But I will not steal anybody's thunder, but really just, it's always good to rethink, right? We have plans and it's iterative. We, looking forward to having that come before us, the plans, and kind of an update, if you will, about our auditorium, our Performing Arts Center, Performing Arts Center, as well as really the updates on all the projects underway, which is just, when I looked at it, just a tremendous amount of work from our facilities and our folks. They're actively really thinking about the impact on our students. So a lot of really good discussions, and that we will not build our buildings on sand. We will build it on a strong. Those are understood. I'm going to stay with that. So that's it.
Do we have a date for when we'll start having the Performing Arts Center conversation with our community?
Yeah, I think that will be part of the April 10th conversation.
Oh, is that April 10th for us as a school board, not your sub?
Correct. No, we already talked about it.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
no,
see. What you all talked about, you're bringing
Correct.
to us.
Yes,
Okay.
our process that was like talk to us, and then we're
Okay,
coming back
got
to
it.
April 10th.
I didn't know if you
Yes.
had a meeting beforehand. Perfect. Thank you. Okay. All right, Clerk Castro.
I'm going to keep it light too. I was able to go to the Yolo County School Board Association 2x2 meeting. Apparently I missed one because they didn't have my correct email address. So excuse my lack of information for this, but they discussed just dates for the meetings. They did, they went over the letter of support for SB 226. Did we ever write that letter, or for the districts, the community college territory transfers between districts?
Let's put that on.
Because I know we talked about it, so, but I just wanted to bring that up. So they did say that they wrote a letter, and they are, of course, in support of that. And it actually ties into being comparable with, we heard a comment about we're not comparable with Winters, or I can't remember, the Yolo County schools. So anyway, they're actually also thinking increasing membership dues. So we are a member, right? So it's just a small amount. They're gonna bring that back, so I'll bring that back to you guys when we discuss that, because they didn't have all of the information on that. But just to go over that, I requested, I'm gonna just go down the line because I'm gonna make it quick, but I requested information on everyday band, Dr. Hildreth, and I never received that, so I'm just gonna do a quick reminder on that. If I could get information on why some sites have everyday band and some sites don't, so I have a better understanding of how that works. We heard a public comment about caseloads and the caps for, oh God, I'm gonna, yeah. Where can I get more information on that? Or are we gonna have a conversation on that? Or because it's interesting to me and I really want to learn more about that. To be able to support, or I want to be in the know of that. So if I could get information on that, that would be great.
Clarification, I know that Director Salvo is working like an exec summary. This is general about special education that had been requested.
Okay.
And do you want information just specifically on
caseloads,
just in general, like the
yes.
caseloads within the special education program?
She said caseloads, and then she said that there's speech, yeah.
It's
yes.
the SLPs.
Yes, the SLPs. Yeah, and I think she mentioned like assistance that.
Yes,
yeah,
SLPs.
okay. All right.
Got it.
Great. Thank you so much. And then on the SRO topic, and I'm just going to put it out there because these are things that are coming across my mind, and I would have asked before, but what I want to know is, because I feel like this is very relevant and important, the SROs that we had before, what did their roles look like before? Like, I don't know if anybody's asked that in public, right? Like, I heard a lot of language talk that people were having concerns of, and I know we're going to go over that, so we don't have to talk about it now, but the gentleman used the word intelligence. But from what I know is we don't collect intelligence on immigrant status, right? Is that correct? So I guess I'm going to just go down the line. We have campus monitors, right? How many do we have? How many social workers do we have? How many outreach specialists do we have at the high school? And I think that's it for that.
We can provide that information to you, and I think you had a previous request just to receive some information.
Yes.
About what was the role and responsibility of
Yep.
the SRO when the district had that position
Yes.
in the past.
Yes.
We'll send that update to all of the trustees.
Perfect. Thank you. And I think that's it.
Great. We have a prior MOU too that would give a piece of that. Okay, Vice President Coffey.
Okay, Jackie went over 2x2s.
Hello.
She went over some facilities. Vanessa hit up my speech pathologist, Cap, talking about SROs. You guys got that. So I'm just going down the line. So coming up next week, I will be at Sly Park with Riverbank. So that brought up the overnight teacher piece of like how much they're getting paid. I would like to know that amount, because if I'll be able to be there with these teachers. Plus, if you guys are not aware, Monday is a holiday, and yet we're going on a field trip with these teachers. So I'm hoping that the teachers, their school, right?
Holiday?
There's no school Monday.
There's no school Monday. Cesar Chavez.
Oh, sorry,
Yet-
I have to be at school at Monday, and
You have to be.
apparently I'm not
But
parenting
we
well
have
'cause
no
I
school
realize.
on Monday, yet we are having a field trip with these teachers.
Oh,
So now I'm curious to know, are our teachers being paid to a holiday pay because they're going on a field trip on holiday? I'm just saying. So things that we need to think about, especially when we're also setting up field trips. I'm sure that was probably the only week that they had, but still, I'm okay with it. I just want to make sure that our teachers are being taken care of, the ones that are going on this Sly Park trip to, Sly Park trip. I also have heard classified and certificated staff talk about how their value, like pay where the value is. I hear you. I want to do that. Understand that our budget is whatever it is at the moment. We're still trying to figure it out. But I am willing, and I hope you are too, willing to cut certain things in order to meet what you're hoping to have. So if I am okay with looking at programs and saying, yeah, that's not going to happen, that's not going to happen, if it means putting money in their pockets. That's just me. So just keep it real. If we're looking at the whole thing, we got to look at it all. So just making sure you guys are aware that that might be something that we're looking into.
I just want to be careful of any public comments as we're in negotiations, and so we just have to be careful with some of our comments.
I'm just saying that's where I'm at. So campus security monitors from River City. I also want to make sure that that's. I've had a few come to me and talk to me about and emphasize the importance of how when there was a lot of talk about what was going on at River City, they felt like they were going to be a scapegoat of the issues that were happening, when a lot of them felt that they were just following direction of what they were supposed to do. And I want to make that clear that I heard them, and I'm putting it out there that our campus security monitors are doing the best that they can with what they have and what they're being told to do. So I am 100% wanting to make sure that we are not using them as a scapegoat for what is going on at River City. So just throwing that out there as well. Otherwise, everything else was covered.
Thank you for saying that. I had a conversation with a couple of campus security monitors this week while I was at the high school. And for full transparency, I did talk to Dr. H about it at our one-on-one earlier this week, and requested that we hear from our CSMs as well and their perspective of what's going on at the high school. So just wanted to, for transparency, share that as well. But I agree with you, Virginia. And I did share that we know that it's not on them, right? So.
Okay. No, I'm not adding. I just also want to note.
Is this becoming a new agenda item?
I just wanted to thank Dr. H for the fans.
Oh, she knew.
I know. So make it a little bit light.
I can
like,
feel
thank you
it
for the
coming
fans.
from everyone.
Yes.
I didn't open it in the middle. I couldn't figure out how to do that tactfully, but he's holding hers.
I have a question. I have a comment on that actually, and I agree with Virginia. So where is the ball being dropped then?
I want to be careful because we can't have an agenda, make this an agenda item.
That's,
so we can't give some
information.
public comment.
No, I know, but that's information. That's going to be relevant to the conversation. So it's going to have to be talked about.
As we talk about safety, yes, in our upcoming meeting. Okay, for my piece on looking over, you all hit on every piece I had. I look forward to hearing a little bit more, maybe too, in terms of our wrestling program at the K-8s. And we had a pilot with our wrestling program and what that looks like in terms of offerings for next year, if it could be an official sport or what that looks like or what's needed. And so I'll ask for that also in an update. I went through the last 3 board meetings that we have. I haven't finished perfectly because it takes some time, but I timed our presentations, I timed the comments of everyone, and I really went through to think about looking at 3 of where are we spending our time, because to be, I think, the most efficient in our work, we need to find out how to make it easier for the public to be here and to access and to make comments, easier on our staff, easier on ourselves, because these late nights are really, really hard. And so, of course, I know that everyone needs to ask questions. I don't want to not have people ask questions, but we need to figure out how to streamline things so that we can be really efficient, because we don't do our best decision-making
when it gets this late. And it makes it really hard to do. And so I would like to, I'm just giving you all a heads up for the next meeting under board governance, talk a little bit about that. And just share with you the numbers, because sometimes we don't realize, I didn't even, until you really see the data. You make assumptions like, oh, that went long or this was short. But when you really look at the number and you go, oh, that took us 52 minutes. Oh, this took us, and it really is eye-opening. I think it can help lead our work if we look at the data and then think about how we can put some practices in place to shorten our meetings and what we can do as board prep maybe to help with that work as well. Okay, and so with that, I do not have any further comments, and that's going to take us now into our future. Oh, although I do want to acknowledge, I guess I should, of course, all of the people that came this evening. We had a packed room. I don't know if that's clear for those of you who are watching home, but this was a packed standing only room of families that came to bring their children for presentations, of our staff who came as well. And it is a lot to give up your evening and to be here and to stay and to speak, or to be here in solidarity with others. And so I do want to acknowledge that and thank them. Okay. So with our future agenda items, we have the next meeting, which is April 10th. We have our update on enhancing the school safety with our district-wide update and initiatives. We have our Cool Schools update. We have the renewal of Washington Middle College. I heard clearly we have the facilities update that will be on here. I heard an ask for the support of, I forget the legislation number. SB 226. We can put that on board governance. I'd like to put under board governance a discussion just about our timing of our meetings. I heard that we're going to have an update given to us on the band, equity with the band programs over the district. Is there anything else I'm missing or any additional pieces? Oh, thank you. Yes, I wrote that down, but I didn't highlight it with purple. Update our vaping policy. Now has that gone to the policy committee?
We began, but just, if you just want to keep it on there as a reminder, it will come back.
Okay.
We began, I think we looked at it and there was something, the tobacco use.
We just looked at it like,
But it needs
this
to come back
is,
here. It needs to
yeah.
come back.
Okay. Well, if we put it on, since this is a very timely topic for our entire community, if we have it on here, even though we know it's not coming next meeting, it needs to go to you all first.
I have a question, I'm sorry.
yeah.
I wasn't able to attend the policy subcommittee that night, so I wasn't clear on, and forgive me for my delay in follow-up. I wasn't clear on the next steps regarding the vaping policy. It was going to be an email to you guys, but since we're talking about it now, I wanted to see if it needs to go back to the policy subcommittee or.
We looked at it. There was, and I would just look at others. I think that there was a model board policy from CSBA or something that we need to kind of come back.
Because there's two policies on vaping, and then there's one called tobacco. And
Correct.
so I added the one on vaping to the policy subcommittee, and so I don't.
They're all connected, so I would actually, it's a one fell swoop. I think that's
Okay.
the point. We were looking at the tobacco use,
Okay.
and then I don't think we had the vaping in front of it. So
Okay.
I think it's all one fell swoop. Like we need to make sure they're all coordinated.
So we'll go back to the committee with all of them together, and then maybe we'll start there.
Yeah, because I was going to say, all we did was literally just
Look at it, yes. Okay, I'll make sure, just to be clear.
Thank you, Mario.
Thank you.
Okay, and then with that, we're going to go back into closed session for item number 2 and 3.